All right, Steeler fans, we were accidentally cut off there. It's not a big deal. We are back. We are here for, I guess this would be the finish of round 5 into round 6 of the 2024 NFL draft. Jason Murphy is here with me. I know Dave Schofield will be returning soon. I'm pretty sure Brian David will be back. And we'll have a slew of other guests in on this call as we continue on throughout the NFL draft. Thank you all for rejoining us. Like I said, was not intentional that we got cut off there, but still, it's one of those things where sometimes technology is great, but only when it works. The Browns just selected wide receiver Jamari Thrash from Louisville. Clemson Jeremiah Trotter Jr. went to the Eagles. So his slide finally ends. That's a name that a lot of people know. So it's going to be interesting to see if the Steelers feel that they need to move up in the 5th, if they want to get someone or not. I don't know. Jason and I have talked about this. We're not really too not too keen on these guys nonetheless. Let's talk about the division, though. What did you think so far for the division perspective as of the drafts that all the teams have had?
The Ravens always seem to get the guy, it seems like at least now we also get guys we know and like, but the Ravens always seem to win the draft for what that's worth. I mean, they I haven't really paid attention to the Browns. I don't even really know what the Browns have done, to be honest with you, because whenever they come on, I just kind of avert my eyes. But yeah, like the Ravens grabbed the guy we've been looking at, or everyone's been talking about recently with this last pick, and they always seem to find a way to do that. And of course, the Bengals taking Mims in the first round, which didn't hurt us, but still, it was one of those Bengals being the Bengals kind of a thing,
Absolutely. Man, this is it's still like the division is going to be very tight.
Yes.
People can give any type of predictions they want. It's going to be really, really, really competitive, and I think it's a situation where I don't think this draft is going to necessarily swing it one way or the other for any particular team, because I mean, look at last year. I think every team finished with a winning record. 3 teams represented in the postseason. I could see the same thing happening again in 2024. You agree?
I do. I think, everybody puts so much emphasis on rating the quarterbacks in the AFC North, and it's not who you start with, it's who you finish with. And with the line that the Steelers are putting together and emphasis on being that road grader run game, that's going to help whoever's playing quarterback stay healthy. And at the end of the season, that's what it's going to come down to, is who hasn't lost their quarterback and who's the least injuries. So I think the Steelers are setting themselves up to be competitive. And also, the Steelers play better when they're up against better competition. I mean, we all know there's always that game where they just come in against a 1-11 team or 1-12 team and they fall flat. They do it every year, and when they have a hard schedule, they end up 12-4, and making a deep run. So I think it's setting up well.
It's going to be interesting. And when you talk about like the Cleveland Browns, who just made their selection on television, still a long way to go in the 5th round before the Steelers pick again. But when you think about the Browns, I'm still so curious about their quarterback position, because Deshaun Watson still isn't fully cleared from his shoulder injury. There's people in Cleveland I know that are speculating that he doesn't want to play anymore, that he's kind of gotten his money. He doesn't really have the desire to play, that Cleveland's trying to get as much as they can out of their investment. But that's one of the reasons why they signed Jameis Winston in the offseason, is they wanted a capable backup that's not Joe Flacco. I think that does the fluctuation they have at the quarterback position, which they might say the same thing about Pittsburgh. I think it gives them the nod for preseason predictions of being in the cellar of the division.
Right.
Cincinnati lost a good bit. They lost a good bit, and they're about to lose some more. Whether Trey Hendrickson's talking about retirement, T. Higgins wants out. Joe Burrow's back, and Jamar Chase is going to get paid. You look at Baltimore, and it's a situation with Baltimore where they keep adding wide receivers. Lamar Jackson, if he can stay healthy. They don't have they lost their long-term backup, Tyler Huntley. I think they signed Johnson. who's another guy that's been with them before, very similar in style to Tyler Huntley. And I think the Steelers are right in it. And so for those of you that are just joining us again, my apologies. The other stream got cut off. No worries. We're back. We'll be here for until the Steelers select again and maybe even beyond. We'll see. But I got to be honest, and people will say like, "Oh, Jeff, you're just always pulling for the Steelers, black and gold glasses. Say what you want." I think they have every opportunity this year to compete for the division title and get into the playoffs, host a playoff game, and really, that's all you can ask for, right?
Yeah, I agree. If you look at it, they've been competitive in this division every year, even with an offensive coordinator that was so predictable that even I could tell, when a certain person ran on the field, you know what this play is going to be. And you're putting your offense behind the curve so bad when the defense is yelling to each other, "Hey, it's this play." And we don't have that now. It's going to be an adult in the room calling the plays and designing the plays. And you've got the quarterback position has experience and has won and knows what it takes. I can't see anything but better. If we can compete with what we or the Steelers and what they had these last few years, they're definitely going to compete unless there's just some unforeseen. The entire team's hurt. This team is going to do well. They're going to compete.
And I think the AFC North is going to be the best division in football for a second year in a row. Mm-hmm. And especially if everyone stays healthy in terms of the quarterbacks. You look at last year with Watson going down, Joe Burrow being lost for the year, it changed the dynamic. But still, you look at the results, you can't deny the results in terms of production and how these teams played. But I think that in the overall landscape of the AFC, what scares me the most is I think last year's Chiefs team that ended up winning the Super Bowl was like the worst iteration of the Chiefs team that we've seen with the Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes era. And I don't think they're going to be as bad. So I look at the Miami Dolphins. While they always seem to fall off at the end of the season, they're going to be good. Buffalo, I'm not so sure about Buffalo. They lost a lot. They still don't have receivers. Not so sure about Buffalo. Can Josh Allen do it by himself? I don't think so. What's your thoughts on the Steelers in the AFC?
The Chiefs, like you said, man, with Mahomes, they just, even when they're playing bad, they're still playing good. They're like pizza. They just they manage to find ways to win games. So the Chiefs are always going to be an issue. But Miami in the cold at the end of the year, they, like you said, they start to freeze up. The Bills seem to carry that curse with them even now to this day, that they choke. They have that mental block that keeps them from being as good as they can be, and they lost a lot. I think with the changes they've made and with the gauntlet they have to run this year, with the schedule not letting them get too full of themselves and look at a game and coast to a game, and plus with Russell Wilson, for all his criticism for his off field, he's going to keep the team in that raw, we got to go get them state and not let people relax. I think this could be a year where they surprise some people. I'm not calling for a Super Bowl win, but I think they could win a playoff game and push someone. They could make a serious push.
I hope you're right. Chris Laverty joins us again. Chris, welcome back to the show. And we're talking about the Steelers and how they might stack up in the AFC. What's your thoughts about that?
Well, I think they stack up fairly well. I mean, we stacked up decent with Kenny Pickett, Mason Rudolph, Mitch Trubisky, and maybe not so much Mitch, but just the quarterback carousel. And I think with Russell, he was better last year than what most people kind of give him credit for, like Jason was saying and stuff. And then if the Arthur Smith offense clicks like it's capable of, and you're going to have two running backs possibly run for 1,000 yards, and Russ can do a lot more with less on his shoulders. He doesn't have to necessarily let Russ cook every game and go back to like having beast mode where it's like feed, play action, hit the deep ball, whatever. The Chiefs won a Super Bowl averaging 24 points. I think the defense was good. Our defense is capable of holding a team to 17. So, when you look at it that way, I think we can stack right there. I'm not saying we're going to win a Super Bowl, but I don't think it's too far-fetched to think you could host a playoff game, win a first round, and just go from there.
Now, something we talked about before you came back on the air. What's your take on the division and how their draft has gone so far?
Baltimore is always a tough one. They get good players, but like they'll draft wide receivers that do nothing. So it's just interesting to see.
Yeah.
Cincinnati, I mean, a healthy Joe Burrow is a healthy Joe Burrow. I mean,
Right.
that's just going to be tough as long as he stays healthy. They're building the line for him and everything else. And then the Browns, I mean, I don't know. The Browns the Browns are the Browns. They still celebrate that playoff win over Pittsburgh like a Super Bowl. Like,
Yeah.
we forget about it. They take a picture and frame it and put it in their basement. I mean, so I think with the healthy Joe Burrow, I'd still probably put Cincinnati at 1, even like with the draft or no draft. Like, he alone probably sets them right there. If you have the top quarterback in the division, you're probably going to sit pulling into it number 1. But I don't see how we're not 2 or 3.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Let's go with something that's been talked about a little bit already in this draft, and it's something that some people care a lot about, some people don't. It's jersey numbers. The first round pick for the Steelers wearing number 76. Second round pick Zach Frazier has already been slotted with 54. Any guesses on what the other guys will be wearing in terms of? I know that Brian Davis loves this discussion. He loves trying to predict jersey numbers, and I know that Jamie Carlo in the live chat says I see Roman Wilson wearing 11. That'll be interesting, or it could be 10. I don't think there's a 10 on the roster. Jason, do you have any inkling there?
No, I really don't. The jersey numbers are not something I pay attention to until I memorize who they are on the field. So
There you go.
But 10 would be cool. I mean, that was Cordell Stewart's number, wasn't it? Wasn't
It
he
was.
at 10?
Yeah, all
So,
right. Yeah.
That'd be nice to see that out there again, bring back some memories.
Chris, do you care about jersey numbers, or is it just tell me what number it is so I can learn it?
No, like pretty much that. I mean, especially since like they've changed everything and like linebackers can be number 6 now and stuff. Like there's no like you'll see like 6 running and it's like in the back of my mind, I'm like, why is he running that? Oh wait, never mind. It's a linebacker. Like, so just like
it's not Duck Hodges out there.
Exactly. Like it's like, but yeah, just give him the number. Let me see. Like probably like 10, because I guess what someone I saw in the chat said Van Jefferson took 11, so
yeah,
10 will be available.
Yeah, like I said, Brian Davis loves the jersey talk, the numbers, and trying to predict. He does an article every year that'll be coming out on SteelCurtainNetwork.com about his predictions for the jersey numbers. But like I said, normally we don't know any of them except for the first round pick. But now, like, it's already been leaked that Frazier's going to get 54 because there was no 54 after Landon, or no, it wasn't Landon Roberts. It was oh my gosh, Quan Alexander wore 54 last year. Yeah. So,
all right. First of all, and from the first song of Hamilton Act 2, what did I miss?
I've never seen Hamilton, so I don't know.
Obviously, we're on a new stream.
Yeah, Roy accidentally cut that off when he left.
Dave missed me and Jeff going into a deep dive on some 6-round prospects, their scores and
But any crazy players taken?
I wouldn't know it if it did.
Yeah, that's why I had to ask you guys, because I wouldn't know.
Some of these names, I don't know how they pronounce them.
How far away are we now? Are we within 20? They're in the 170s, right? 170. What? I don't know.
Who?
Next pick. The Steelers.
The Steelers are pick 178 in
178. Okay. So we're within 20 picks of it. All right.
And in the broadcast, what number are they on?
160 Bills.
160. Yeah, I'd see 161 on the clock. So
so
they
just switched for me.
Yeah, they just switched here.
Really, the only name available that I know is that Mekhi Wingo, the defensive tackle from LSU. He is still on the board. I'm not going to get my hopes up though, but if he did fall,
I mean, that would make me fall in love with this draft even more. Now, okay, you've got 3 offensive linemen. Now let's go defensive linemen.
Yeah, I would love it if they are able to just get a body in to. That's the number one thing that scares me about this team as a defensive line depth. If some guys get hurt, that's man.
Yeah. I mean, Cam last year, the defensive line, didn't start strong, but rookie year in the trenches. He wore down a little bit towards the end, but until Cam 70% of himself, brought that line back to life, which was that was crazy.
Yeah, and looking at his surgery and the recovery, I think he's going to make a full recovery and be back to himself. But I mean, it's still, I mean, you never know with that type of injury and his age. But if anybody can do it, I think he can.
Oh yeah. And then I think Dave said it earlier. Like at this point, I do not see a cornerback getting taken in this draft.
Yeah, like Roy did convince me a little bit that, or maybe it was Jeremy. I can't remember which one it was. That maybe if it's a slot corner,
yeah,
But yeah, at this point, I do see that being, you have Dante Jackson, but you still need some more depth in that than the guys that you have. But drafting someone here doesn't improve that. So yeah,
I guess for me, instead of saying not getting drafted, I see like defensive line moving ahead of cornerback is what they're looking for. Like cornerback just slowly dropping down a little bit for what they will take.
You guys didn't tell me that Jeremiah Trotter Jr. went to the Eagles.
Yeah.
Okay. That was intriguing.
I forgot to tell you that.
Isn't that where Senior played?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is.
Okay.
The bloodlines, as Mike Tomlin likes to put it. He loves his bloodlines. All right. Safety Dominic Hampton to the Commanders. So what pick number are we on now, technically? Are we in the comp pick range yet?
What round did you guys say this pick started at? When we went to 5, that was
around 136. 136.
Oh, well then we're
163 is the next pick according to, so we're not at the comp pick, but that's on the TV, so that's behind. So if the Commanders just picked,
so you've got about 8 or 10 picks first.
See, but this isn't updated with trades. That's the only thing.
Mm. Who was the chicken wings draft guy? One of our new writers or something said that they were someone that no matter what, they would have chicken wings over the draft. I didn't think it was Christian.
That was Philip.
That was Philip. Okay, I forgot to ask him if he had his chicken wings.
He did in round 1.
Yeah,
when he joined us.
We have reached the point of the day of saying, "Come on, let's just get to the Steelers picks." Just
been a long 5th round.
Yeah.
This is where in previous years I would just record it and then fast forward so I could read the scroll at 3 times the normal speed and see who was taken and call it a day.
Because it's like I'm just watching the ESPN broadcast, but like we talked about earlier, like not really trusting Mel Kiper too much. Like all you see is Mel's best available, and I'm just like, your best available's been sitting here for like 50 picks now.
that happens. That happens.
It does, especially at this point.
Whether it was Mel or anybody else, that's going to happen.
Oh yeah, so it's just like at the point where it's like you're like you said, just wait, hurry up and wait.
Yeah, because everybody's best available, including each team's, is so different right now.
Yeah, now's whenever you start to look more specifically at what you need for backup depth, and I think now you're looking more for the intangibles, the character of a player versus his measurables. Because at this stage, if they still have measurables, why are they still there? So you start looking at the guys that don't have the measurables, and that could mean a million different things to a million different teams.
Mm-hmm. Well, so it's either because even somebody like the Peyton Wilson, that was still 4th round. somebody that's really, really good, but there's a lot of injury concerns.
Right.
I think you're even beyond that point now. So there's a tackle to the Cardinals. Buffalo is next, 163, unless we've already got that one.
I don't think so.
So where'd Bad get to? He disappeared. I didn't realize he wasn't coming back anytime soon.
I don't know.
Nobody wants to sit there and sit through the entire thing from pick 119 to 178. Is there anything the Steelers could do with these last two picks that would sour you on this draft?
No, not sour me.
Sour you on it.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, they could do something there. I'm like, what are they doing? But it wouldn't sour like my overall draft.
Even a 6th round long snapper for you there, Jeff? That wouldn't do it?
Well, I mean, you would have that. I would hate that, not so much because you would be going up against a living legend of Colin Hull, but you would be in the shadow of that guy for the entirety of training camp until you got cut. So that's going to be a challenge. The Louisville great, I think he's in the Hall of Fame there, isn't he, Dave? The
Probably.
Louisville Athletic Hall of Fame. I think his number's retired. Don't quote me on that. I don't know.
Right next to Dick Shiner, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, he went to Maryland. Never mind.
Yeah, that's right. But the funny thing is, Dave, your 7th round philosophy of this is just someone that we want, that we're not going to willing to wait on. That could be the Steelers' 6th rounders this year.
Yeah,
because they have no 7th round pick. So it's like, hey,
that's why I asked that question. That's why.
Who are guys that we want to take a flyer on? Let's take them in the 6th. Who the hell cares?
Yeah.
So,
especially that second one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll say this. I think one of the next two has to be defense. I don't see them going through the whole draft and only drafting one defender. Just statistically.
Well,
if they did, that would be something.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going defense with the next pick is my guess. All right. Going back to it. So yeah, but already the Steelers have broken tradition. Well, I guess if you go west of the Mississippi, it would be 2 players selected. But if you go in the 2 Western time zones, it's still just 1, because I guess South Dakota is technically not as far west. I say this as I see all Washington players still coming off the board, but Steelers like their East Coast guys, Eastern time zone guys.
All right, I think we're in comp pick zone now, aren't we?
I was thinking it was, I don't know. Is 165 Baltimore's original pick? It's just so many of these picks aren't teams that ever had, were slated for these picks.
So on the TV or on the broadcast, they are on pick 163.
Correct.
But on Twitter, Jordan Schultz, offensive tackle Jacob Monk to the Packers.
Okay.
That the current pick? Yep, that's the current pick. So he's actually on time with the broadcast now.
No, they say Packers is Jacob Monk center from Duke.
Well, yeah, position.
What did you say?
Same name.
Okay, I wasn't sure. So that's the guy that was playing center at Duke because Duke had more than one center, and why Graham Barton was a tackle,
right,
rather than at center. All right. There's almost. I'll ask you guys this. Did the cornerbacks from either Penn State or Pitt get selected yet? That's Kalen King. And from Penn State, was it McCormick from Pitt?
I don't know.
I'm just curious.
I'm not sure. I'll look real quick.
Live chat might be able to tell us.
Yeah, they might be able to tell you.
Those are two players that I thought would be interesting in the 6th round.
Kalen King is still available.
Mm-hmm.
And it may look like the guy from Pitt got drafted.
McCormick?
Yeah, because I was looking at the best available, one of the best available lists, and he's not even in the top 25. So,
yeah, but he's from Pitt, so it wouldn't matter.
And now that Chris has mentioned that defensive tackle, he's got my hopes up that that's who they go with coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the one tackle that they brought in for an official visit, who was it? Christian Boyd from Northern Iowa. He is still available.
Is that offensive or defensive?
Defensive.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's right. Because he was like, I thought I saw a picture of him, like number 99 or something.
Yeah.
From UNI, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And other than what Roman Wilson, everybody they've drafted so far has been in on an official visit.
Sure.
Well,
sounds right.
Until I got to the 5th round, I can't.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I think they did actually bring McCormick in for an official visit too. I think he was one of the finalized.
Oh, bye. Just. We also got to remember, we are in the zone where these players are not necessarily going to make the 53-man roster. I think through the first 4 rounds, I don't think you cut. It's a big deal if you cut a player drafted in the 4th round or higher before, in their first season. But once you hit 5th round is So when you get into the 6th round, you're talking about players. Hey, they got to make the roster.
Yeah. Because I mean, I guess that last 6th round pick, they might, if they want nothing else, that's where they would get that quarterback to take their 4th quarterback into camp before they cut them.
If they think they can't get one as a UDFA.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'd say come in there, beat out Brian Allen.
Yeah.
Wouldn't take that much to beat him out. And now people are bringing up where the Steelers cut, where they did cut someone that was like a 2nd or 3rd rounder. Yeah, it happened. Not as ever since the rookie wage scale kicked in, not nearly as often. But that's a big deal if you're drafted that high and don't make the 53.
Yeah, it would be stunning if that happened with this class. If one of the top 4 didn't make it.
Yeah, one of the, or even like I say, the 4th rounder. I'd McCormick. I think to me, he's a candidate that's that's your 9th guy on the roster when you dress 8, if nothing else. And who knows? Maybe he's more than that. But I'm just saying, I think that's his floor for this year. The constant on the inactive list. So
the inactive list.
Okay, here you go. Here's the question. Captain Underpants. Would you prefer Sam Hartman or Joe Milton at 195?
Joe Milton all day.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I agree.
If Kenny Pickett did anything for me, I am not taking a 26-year-old quarterback who didn't pop off till their 5th or 6th year in college.
If he popped off at all.
Well, yeah.
Trends get you. Hence why I'm really leery. I was really leery about the number one option for the Steelers at quarterback this year being Justin Fields if they did that over Russell Wilson because of the infamous, can he be better than Mike Tomczak, who's the best NFL quarterback out of Ohio State, with CJ Stroud very likely to take that over very soon.
Right.
Yeah.
But being that as your second quarterback, sign me up all day.
And I think if they did take like Joe Milton, he would easily go in as your QB3. I don't think easily, but very good chance he could take over that QB3 inactive.
I mean, Kyle Allen's on a minimum deal with no signing bonus.
Yeah.
There's no guarantee to make. I'm pretty sure without signing bonus. I'm checking it. So there's no guarantee to make that to make the roster there. Where's he at?
Ravens take Rasheen Ali out of Marshall. Running back.
Okay, no, wait. Kyle Allen did have a 167.5K signing bonus. So, big whoop.
That's like throwaway money this year.
Well, he had the exact same contract as Quez Watkins and Van Jefferson.
Yeah.
Which is the veteran salary benefit contract for however many, for all of them at 1.125 million base salary, which is for their years of service, and the maximum VSB signing bonus you can have, but then only counts 1.15 on the salary cap. So, you save that money there. So any of those guys, unless you got $1 million signing bonus, there's nothing that would keep you from being cut.
Right.
See, what I think is interesting is looking at some of the players not in the top 51 salaries right now that I think are going to make the team. Like a Spencer Anderson, like a Trenton Thompson. Sometimes we forget about him at safety because he was doing well when they got hurt. Okay, Darius Rush is down there. The Steelers going to have 4 tight ends with Hot Rod Williams. Dylan Cook, who Roy was talking about. These are all guys that aren't in the top 51 contracts right now. So that means if they're making Corey Trice is down there. If you have guys like that are making the roster at the end over guys that were more money, that saves you a little bit on the cap when that happens.
You got a question on the screen there for you, Dave.
I wasn't looking at the screen.
That's what I'm telling you.
Thank you very much. Have the Steelers ever gave any undrafted players a signing bonus? Oh, they do every year. They do. The question is how much, and that's the key. It's usually pretty small. That's why the year Jalen Warren was an undrafted free agent.
It was the guy from Duke, wasn't it? The running back from Duke?
Yes, Mateo Durant had like one of the higher, for the Steelers, one of the higher signing bonuses. That's just like last year. Prime example, I know it because he went to Shepherd, Jeff's alma mater. Joey Fisher, the guard.
He's not on the roster, is he anymore?
No, he is. Yeah, he signed he wasn't. Okay. He didn't finish the year on the practice squad,
right? But
he signed a futures contract with the Steelers. But he's a guy because he was an undrafted free agent by the 49ers, and he got like $120,000 signing bonus. So he made that with them. Then when he got cut, he signed with the Steelers practice squad. So everything he made with the practice squad was on top of that. If you're thinking about that, just as that's a lot of people in the NFL that they're not the millionaires out there. But if you think about it, you're like, wow, you got $120,000 as your signing bonus, and you might not ever appear in an NFL game.
Yeah,
that keeps you going. Plus, what are they making? Practice squad guys don't make a bunch, but it's over $10,000 a week. When you think about it, so yeah. So I mean, for example, I can tell you to answer that question a little bit better. If you look at Jalen Warren as an example, his signing bonus when he signed was for $12,000.
His signing bonus was $12,000.
Yes.
He was fined like 4 times that amount in one game last year.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
Hey, I want to bring this up. Valley Ford said, got to get Jeff out on the grill, and then he'll perk up. Hey, big shout out to my guys at Oklahoma Joe's. If you want a grill or a smoker, go to Oklahoma Joe's website. Use the code RideOrDie10. Save yourself 10%. Yeah. If you're wondering what grills I use the Highlanders, my primary grill. It's also an offset smoker. And then the new one that I got is the vertical smoker. It's the Bandera, I think. We used that one time and rave reviews from the little mouths that it fed in our house. So,
yeah,
there you go.
From the little mouths in your house.
There's a lot of them, Dave. Like, I got a lot of mouths to feed.
I know. You got a lot of mouths to feed.
Yeah. And I had my mother-in-law over, so that was another mouth I had to feed. Good Lord. It's like coming, like they're like termites. They come out of the woodwork. They're like Ravens fans when they have a good season.
Oh, just wait till, because I mean, I'll just say this because you've got 4 girls. Wait till the boyfriends start coming around. And you got to start feeding the boyfriends.
No. Hey, do you have a house? Do you have a house? Do you have a home? Unless he's homeless, and then in which case I'll feed him. Otherwise, he can go to his own house.
Not every meal, but I'm occasionally. I mean, come on. You're not going to ever let him stuff put in your house?
Well, I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. How about we put it that way?
That's what I said. And now I'm a year into that bridge.
Ugh.
Yep.
Valley Ford, thank you for the grilling thoughts. Kudos. I appreciate it. I literally just do those for myself, really. I never thought I'd get a free smoker out of the deal or a discount code or anything like that.
That Ride or Die crew, man, they were persistent.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, the Ride or Die crew, they represented in a big way for sure. I guess this is a good time also to let everyone know, like, there's a lot of people that watch us on YouTube, regardless of the show, like the Scobro Show. They might watch the Steelers preview, the Hangover, all of them. Pump Your Brakes, the Homies, which the Homies will be on tonight to recap the whole draft. That'll be a lot of fun as you get Payday and Big G, and it's always a lot of fun seeing those guys together. But just remember, we have so much content that's not on our YouTube channel, that's not simulcast on Facebook. It's only on our audio feed. So if you are listening to this and you've enjoyed this content over the last 2.5 days, go to our audio feed wherever you get your podcasts, search Steelers or Steel Curtain Network. That's where you'll get podcasts like my Let's Ride podcast every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday morning. You'll get Dave's Stat Geek on Thursday, Brian's Bad Language on Tuesday, and it's a whole new lineup as well. We give you 3 shows a day only on the audio-only side. So if you're just now finding us because you're looking for draft content, there's so much more than what you get here. I just want to make sure. And I think, Chris, did you find us that way? Is that how did you
I found y'all through audio. I probably was listening to y'all on Spotify for probably like a month or 2 before I even found your YouTube page.
Now, when did you start listening? Just I've always find this fascinating.
I think about 3 years ago. Honestly, okay. Matt Canada's first year, because I hadn't really listened to many podcasts before that, and I was looking for
what a great time.
Well, I needed people to mourn with, people to share my pain. So, yeah. And then I've been here ever since.
Awesome. What about you, Jason? How did you find the Steel Curtain Network?
Yeah, it was the same way. Audio first. I was really had no idea about podcasts at all, and then I finally got the app and I was like, I wonder if there's some Steeler stuff out there, and listened to one and didn't like it. And then I found your Let's Ride and I was like, oh, this is so much better. And the content was so good. And where I live, I live in Cowboys country. So it's all Dallas all the time. And man, it was like finding an oasis in the desert whenever all this content, because other podcasts, they do like one podcast every week or one every few days. And you guys are just constantly giving me new stuff to listen to, and just, man, I learned so much, and I was like, oh, this is great. And I was the same way. It took me, I've probably listened to you guys for 2 or 3 years before I even like, hey, I can see what these guys look like, and turned it on. And some of you guys matched and some of you didn't, but
immediately turned it on.
Why did I do that?
found them on YouTube and went right back to the audio only.
Yeah. Shattered the glass. I had these visions of gloriousness, and now I have this.
Well, it is always funny to hear those stories, and people ask, well, you guys put out so much content. We do. And that's why, for me, I was looking at all these. I grew up a fan of ESPN Radio. I love ESPN Radio. Back when Dan Patrick was on there, but when Colin Cowherd was on ESPN Radio, he was actually really good. He wasn't like so much what he is now with Fox, and that crew was just awesome. I loved that, and I hated how they always talked about the Patriots, always the Cowboys. It was the same crap. I was like, people want to hear about the Steelers, right? So we just decided to give them what they wanted, and so we started pumping out more shows. We started doing more. We started YouTube just for audio quality. We didn't even have any aspirations of having an 11,000 subscriber fan base on YouTube. We just started doing it because, well, we wanted to sound better.
Better than Blog Talk.
Oh my God.
Because even like in the same vein, like ESPN, like the radio has just gotten whatever.
It's
like
awful.
the influence of like Fox and ESPN today, like before I got into like the podcast, I would like get on like radio apps trying to listen to like 93.7 The Fan, and I'm not gonna say names, but I was like, man, this is awful. This cannot be. I don't know how people listen to this.
That's all they know. And that's like, a lot of our growth has been only like a grassroots movement. Like, oh, you're a Steelers fan, you should listen to these guys. They're good. And that's how we grow. And so, and for Lee, who says, I've been listening to you guys since you, Jeff, and Lance Williams. That was years ago. Lance and I go back, which, by the way, I reached out to Lance. I wanted him to come on a pre-draft show with me, and he said he was under the weather. So he couldn't come on. But we'll get a Homer and Hater show reiteration for those that were way back in the day of Blog Talk Radio. And that's, you go back to Blog Talk Radio, Chris Carter and I did shows together on a regular basis. Brian and I did shows on a regular basis. And it sounded like we were talking to each other in cans with strings attached to them. It was awful. We've come a long way, right, Dave?
Well, remember, I jumped in fall of 2018. I remember my first time I did a podcast. It was on YouTube. I can't remember if don't think it was filling in on the standard for Lance. I think it was filling on the preview for Brian.
I think you're right. Yeah.
It was in November, and it was really fun. I did it sitting at my kitchen counter. I remember that now. And now let's just say I have a little bit better setup right now to do this. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. But when Jeff stepped away for a couple months in 2020, about a month and a half, and then came back, we just said, let's take this next level. And that's when we started the audio only content and did more than one show in a day. And it's just grown.
Yeah.
That must
Ken
have been
McNair,
right when I found you.
Ken McNair, you and Lance were joy and sadness. I do remember
that. Is that Ken from New Jersey?
I think so. I think that is Ken.
Yeah.
And honestly, Blog Talk Radio, when we could take calls, I swear, if I could find a way for us to do a YouTube show where we can have people like call in and ask questions and communicate with them like we did on Blog Talk Radio, I would do that show in a freaking heartbeat. Because when we used to have Vito Mankin from New Jersey call in, and he would just bitch and moan the entire time about the Steelers and these guys stink and all this stuff, it was hysterical. We got some very inappropriate callers too, but still, other than that, it was awesome.
But what's funny is those were the same guys you would hear that they would call in the post-game show on DVE or in Steelers Nation Radio. They were there too.
Yeah, for sure. They're everywhere. All right, let's
update. 10 picks,
let's update things. We're at one. The pick is in for 169, 170. So the Saints comp pick is on. So we are within 10. This is exciting. See who the Steelers take in the 6th round. Ken knows Vito. Good evening, gentlemen. He remembers the Blog Talk days. I think you can still find him if you go back far enough. Yeah. Dig into the old treasure chest.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Melvin still hits me up on Twitter from time to time. He's still out there. He's hanging around.
We see him occasionally in a live chat, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think Melvin Daniels, was his last name. So
I just remember anytime you see the Kenneth McNair Jr., that was Ken from New Jersey. That was before me when you guys did that. The only thing I ever did on Blog Talk was, man, there for a while. Brian and Tony were holding on to it for the longest time when they were doing the Hangover.
Yeah,
and I remember doing a mock draft with those guys for 2019, and they both were trading up for Devin Bush. I didn't.
Yeah.
I held pat with my mock draft, and I said, this is who I think will be there for the Steelers at 20. And it was Clellan Ferrell who went third overall to the Raiders. I'm like, that was 5 years ago, because I remember the first few picks of the draft, I had gotten tickets to the premiere of Avengers Endgame. And I'm like, oh, that's the draft. So I'm actually listening to the draft with headphones while sitting in the movie theater. And I heard that. I'm like, well, there went my mock draft. I'm not doing that again.
Steelers Fanatic 78 said, what happened to Lance? Lance he does his own podcast now. He does, I think, one a week. It's called The New Standard. He does it with Neil Coolong. Neil and I used to be a Behind the Steel Curtain together way back in the day. We're talking back in like the 2015 timeframe. So I used to do podcast. I was the one that brought podcast to Behind the Steel Curtain at that time. So you can look them up. And The New Standard, they do a YouTube show and stuff. You can go in and tell them I sent you. Lance and I still communicate pretty regularly on social media, so he's a good guy. And I will have him on a show again for sure. Maybe we'll live stream that show. Maybe we'll do a live Let's Ride so that everyone can enjoy the homer and the hater, joy and sadness one more time. So, all right, we're getting closer. 171. The Eagles are on the clock. And
I just feel like they've had like a ton of picks this draft.
they have. And they traded a lot of them away to get 2025 picks too.
They just traded this pick to the Jets.
Who did?
The Eagles.
Yeah, they've made like 7 or 8 trades. It's crazy. Kenneth McNair Jr. asked, did the Wilson wide receiver from Florida State get drafted? You got to look out for another Wilson. They're collecting Wilsons.
I don't think so. I think he's been like the best available player on the 2 or 3 lists I've looked at for like ever now.
All right. So the Saints. Okay, so when did the Saints pick? Because the Saints have Pitt football. Bub means to the Saints.
That's
a Pitt player.
Did they already pick?
I don't know. That was 50. That was a minute. That was a minute ago.
Okay.
Did the Saints go up to get someone from Philly, or is this the 175 pick?
I have
no idea.
Yeah,
I'm so confused.
I was watching the broadcast.
The Saints. Well, wait, hold on. The Saints are 168, and then they're also 170. The Packers took Oregon State Keaton Oladopu, so this would be 170, 171. Gosh, Jordan Schultz is behind the freaking telecast now. It's hard to find good help these days. I guess I'll just watch the telecast. This is weird.
Yeah, because Johnny Wilson is the number 1 on Mel's best available. I just see it now. Yeah. I think it was Chris that said that.
Yeah.
Very good.
But like I said, at this point in the draft, I can't even tell you if that list has been updated or not. I feel like I've just lived in a time warp of the same 10 names for like the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, people were asking about Jerry Rice's son. Didn't he go to the Ravens like yesterday?
I don't know. Today was the day that someone read about how he was at a funeral. Like that was somehow.
Oh no, that was him. That was
it was Jerry Rice's son.
Yeah. Well, then maybe he didn't get selected. I don't know.
Oh, the Jets took Jordan Travis from a quarterback Florida State.
Oh yeah, there it is. Oh wait. He's the guy that got hurt his leg in the year, right? Yeah. They were undefeated, right?
Yeah.
And then he got hurt.
Yeah.
See, I remember these kind of things, but I don't always remember their names. I suck at that.
What was so funny about that is their quarterback gets hurt. They get left out of the playoffs. However, in the first playoff, Ohio State, because they're Ohio State, goes to their third quarterback, Cardale Jones, and they still get to go to the playoffs, even though they have lost their 2 quarterbacks. Now, I can't remember if there was like 5 teams fighting for 4 spots then, but
you do have to admit, though, Florida State looked really bad leading up to that.
oh yeah, no, I don't.
They just didn't look
I
good.
don't.
They didn't pass the eye test. But this is also, coming from someone who doesn't really watch college football. I follow it. I just don't watch it.
Right. I agree.
Because, I don't know.
Yeah.
Alabama, they just were – their eye test was a little rough this whole year too.
Yeah. I thought so too.
But, worked itself out. I thought the couple best teams anyway were Michigan and Georgia. Now, Washington, they look good too. But
wait, didn't Georgia get –
they got left out.
No. Yeah. I was going to say, that's the one who should have been in, even over – if Georgia wasn't going to get in – yeah.
So I want to interrupt here. So someone that's at Cam Hayward's draft party, which I think is at Stage AE in Pittsburgh, which is right near.
No, he was in Acrisure. He was doing.
Okay, so it might have been in the stadium. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyways, he asked Peyton Wilson, "What is Pittsburgh getting with you?" Peyton Wilson responded, "A guy that if there are 75 downs played, I went out there for all 75, and I'm going to be looking to rip someone's head off on every one of them." The crowd erupted.
Sounds like the ghost of Jack Lambert has arrived.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
I am happy they picked him up. I think we're getting back to those linebacker days of old where they're going to be flying around and making some plays, man. It's going to be good to see.
I'm just pumped to see a Landon Roberts where as long as everybody stays healthy, he'll just be able to be in the role he was supposed to be in and then the production he can get, not having to be down the 3-down linebacker, even though we know he can do it.
I just want to see an inside linebacker that picks someone up, slams them to the ground in the hole, and then just points at him in their face. Like, you're not going to run the ball. It's just like Lambert did. Just do that, and you become iconic.
Because you can do that in today's NFL.
No. Like if you look at that, they'll call taunting. That's right. That'll be a taunting call. Gosh, the no fun league returns.
Okay. Hey, we got a couple. We can take a minute to answer this. What does everyone think about the padded helmets being allowed in games now? Where I put that in was that yesterday? Yeah, in the Slack channel. Or the Guardian caps.
The Guardian caps. Hey, if people want to wear them, wear them. I don't care. At the same time, do I think players will wear them? Who was the guy that wore the double shell back he played for a bunch of teams. He was a lineman. Remember back in the 80s and 90s? He had that extra crown.
Don't ask me to say what his name was.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah. So what are we thinking here, guys, with the Steelers?
I'm going to say defensive line.
That's what I'm hoping for.
I would say defensive line or for a nickel cornerback, Devonshire from Pitt. Give me something like that. But once you know me, I love trenches, so I would not argue with D-line. But if you do, see, then the thing is, you say, well, what does that say about the Marvin Leal? What does that say about Isaiah Loudermilk? You know what? I say, yes, the Steelers drafted those guys. But if you're not getting it done, no one is above an upgrade.
Exactly.
And if you can be upgraded with a 6th-round pick, then that says a lot about the player. Then, so either beat out a 6th-round rookie, or I'd say find another team or move on to your life's work.
Mm-hmm.
So we're at 174. The picks in for the
just
Jets of 173. 174 is next. So the Steelers are only 4 picks away.
And they're 178 and then 194.
195.
I don't have a lot of time to do this podcast there. So
you're going to have to go right away.
You guys are going to see me bail out here once we get that going, because
Yeah, I'm seeing some chatter on my hospital on call too. I might be dropping right about the time when Steelers
If you
pick.
got to go, you got to go.
Yep.
Not just 3 offensive linemen. I just, without any trades or anything, just staying put.
Yeah. But not just 3 offensive linemen.
I know.
One you get at 20 that shouldn't have been there at 20, and actually getting your center at 51. Oh my!
Where people were even talking that, you know what, if they like them well enough, take them at 20.
That was people.
Yeah. Well, you weren't the only one.
I was going to say,
you weren't the only one.
Am I thinking that I'm plural now? No.
Yeah, no.
You knew I was saying it.
Yeah. And
yep.
Or even like if it wasn't then, it was like trade back.
Yeah.
Get him in the later 20s or whatever. Like,
my argument was with Frazier, if you have him in the 30s and you pick at 20 and you pick at 51, and there's nobody else that you like better at 20, you could try to get cute and trade back, or you could just take your guy. So we say this, Isaiah Davis, South Dakota State to the Jets, running back. That's 173. Oh, now I went to a commercial that took everything off the screen. So, yeah. So that's why I'm happy at that. I mean, every place I went, when Frazier actually made it to 51, I took him.
mm-hmm.
Every time Frazier in any mock draft that I did, hey, the bad man himself. Yeah, and anytime he was there, I took. I had a mock draft where I took Barton in round 1, and Frazier was there at 51, and I took him. Just because if he was there, I was like, oh, you got to take him at 51 if he's there, no matter what. And he did.
And what's really great about pairing those two guys with Fa'utanu and Frazier is Fa'utanu grew up being this diehard Steelers fan, and he's all excited and into it. But I'd heard a report from Jim Wexell that Zach Frazier pretty much hated the Steelers and was not excited about that team at all. Like, I guess there's
that's what he said during the combine.
That hates that, like, no Steelers. And so now that kind of yin and yang there, maybe Fa'utanu can get with him and slowly convince him to share the love. And
when your whole family's an hour and a half or less away, you've got to be excited about being close to home. Yeah. I mean, in his press conference, he's like, "Yeah, that's great. I hopped in my truck and came on up for today." You know,
I thought Shannon would have picked him up.
That's what I heard. My tickets to the draft party if he'd have taken them and picked up Frazier on the way.
All right, the Cowboys pick is in at 174, which means that we're on pick 175, and the Steelers are only 3 picks away.
Yeah, when I heard Zach Frazier saying he didn't like the Steelers, I was a little bummed about that. But I was like, I mean, it doesn't matter if you get paid, you're going to want to play for the team. But it reminded me of being stuck here I was stuck here in Cowboys country, and a guy from Western Pennsylvania moved to this area and started working with me at my job, and I was so excited. He walked in the door, like, finally a Steelers fan. He's like, I don't like the Steelers. I was like, you got to be kidding me. He did like the Penguins, so that I at least could talk to him about Penguins. But
yeah. One thing from Frazier's with the media today, which was right whenever the draft started, that he clarified, because it was something I brought up. I'm like, there seems like there was a lot of Cowboys stuff where he was sitting, where they thinking he was going to Dallas. But he said they did his draft party at his uncle's house, who's a big Cowboys fan. So that's why it had all the Cowboys stuff there. And he even said that one of the local TV stations wanted to do an interview with him. He's like, hold on, we got to get all this Cowboy stuff out of here.
We got trivia from the live chat. Antonio Frazier says, trivia, is this the first Frazier for the Steelers?
No.
Andre Frazier.
What was
No, Joshua Frazier
Joshua Frazier was the other one
from Alabama was the most.
Andre Frazier played in the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Believe actually, am I mistaken? But wasn't Andre Frazier like number 54 as well?
I think you're right.
In Super Bowl 45 against the Packers.
But was he was he drafted by the Steelers?
Was not drafted by.
Yeah. Okay, that was my question. Yeah. Yeah.
So if anybody did have an Andre Frazier jersey from way back when, if he was number 54, indeed, I'm not sure. I'm going to check that out, but
dust that thing off.
Yeah, but I don't. He wore 54 at one point, and I think that was for the Steelers. So he had 2 stints with the Steelers, actually. But no, not drafted. The Steelers were his first team, though.
Okay, here's another question for Matt Smith. Have we ever drafted 2 guys with the same last name in the same draft, i.e. Wilson?
I've got the draft history here.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think they have. Yeah, I can tell you right now, Vince Williams and Nick Williams in 2013.
I think you are correct.
If I'm not mistaken. That's
yep. Right.
And
right
they
back
were
to back.
Yep, back to back.
And then there were both when they drafted the 2 Fumatu Mafalas. That was pretty good.
Oh yeah. and 2 Palomalus and
how many Polynesians have they drafted? That's a good question.
I mean, even Roman Wilson went to school with the Herbigs in Hawaii.
Yeah. That's a little known fact.
He just ruined your trivia.
Really? I did not know that.
Little known fact for Brian Davis out there.
I'm never gonna live that one down. I'm so proud.
That's like on a touchdown zone. Seattle has 2 losses level.
But I wasn't there. I wasn't present though.
No, you weren't. You weren't.
When I go away from this from the live stream, I'm doing what Jeff and Dave do. I'm working on stuff. So I was in a different mode. But who else? What other Steeler went to that very same high school and provided Nate Herbig with shoes?
I know the answer, so I won't say it.
With shoes when he was a rookie. Actually, when he was in high school, because he couldn't find size 15 shoes.
I know the answer, so I won't say.
Dave, I'll let you say because I never pronounced the name right.
Tyson Alualu.
Yep. There you go, Alualu.
Yeah. Not drafted by the Steelers, but
no, drafted by the Jags.
For a long time, he was the highest draft pick on the Steelers. It just wasn't by the Steelers.
Jacksonville, right?
9th. Yeah.
Yeah, he went 10th to Jacksonville in 2010. And well, actually, then when Joe Hayden was actually 7th in that draft.
Oh, that's right.
And then Pouncey came 18th in that very same draft.
That's one of those drafts where they collect people, kind of like the Steelers have. They've tried their hand at a lot of 2017 first round picks, haven't they? You know,
yeah,
TJ Watt, but
did.
Yeah.
What was it? They had Taco Charlton in there
and Mitchie.
Mitchie.
Why? I don't know why I called him Mitchie. I'm beat, guys, and you guys have worked just as hard. So I'm just like, my brain's fried.
It's been a long weekend. It always is. It's the longest weekend of the year.
You know, Jeff said that we did 4 hours yesterday. No, we started at 6:30, so we did 5 plus,
Yikes.
and then all the other shows.
Yeah. And Roy killed our stream today, but this is hour 3. Totally.
Hour 3, dude. We started before noon. It's 4:00.
I went on at 11:45 by myself. I was like, well, I said on social media 11:45, so I guess I gotta hit play. So
I was trying to finish cooking my breakfast.
No, that's fine.
So speaking of Roy, I didn't want to say this when Roy was on,
Uh-oh.
but I did some research and I'm really upset and almost you need a wellness check on me. The Beehive has closed.
Whoa!
What?
Not only has
I thought
the
you were
Beehive
saying something, man.
closed, tomorrow is the very last day for the auction. So you can get pieces of the former iconic Beehive adult entertainment
road
facility.
trip.
Come on.
So if you want carpeting,
Look at my
drop ceilings,
daughter's
and
recital.
a
Let's
hot
go to the-
tub, some adult items and more, tomorrow is the last day. You can get a hold of Bobby Joe Duke Kelly.
So, Brian, are you trying to say that because your patron had stopped, they had to close the doors?
I think that's what I'm saying. But you know, with that mustache, Chris Laverty's been there.
And so is the place for sale? Like, should we just all put in some money and buy
That's
it
being
and keep
sold
it going?
too. But if you can see
CN
what that
Central.
place looks like, the shed where you keep your lawnmower in is nicer.
Yeah. We did,
there's
did we
an
look at it
actual-
on
wait.
Google Streets?
There's an actual link to like the auction where you can see inside and stuff.
I
I don't want to
no,
see
I
the
haven't-
items. I really
I've seen a
don't want to see
picture,
the
but-
items.
I think I'm pretty sure I was there once for a bachelor party back in 1994, but I don't know. I was on a bus. So
He's
Tell
not
you're
looking at the screen. He's
Dad.
not looking at the screen.
what's that?
You gotta
You looking at the screen?
Hey, I wanted to get a seat when Three River Stadium closed down. Why not get a stripper pole?
No, see, Bad's going to go back after everything's been auctioned away and see if he can find his phone.
Sapphire's
It was
got
stolen by Sapphire, and that was not my phone. You
It
know,
was his
I
burner.
found that out because I was looking for what Jeff asked me to look for, the review, which was absolutely amazing.
Because it was the review where it was talking about the phone being stolen, right?
Yeah.
Was that where you found
Yeah.
it? Or was it someone in the
Sapphire
live
stole
chat
my
that
cell
said
phone.
that? Yeah, I can remember that was from the review or someone's from the live chat. said,
Remember
"Yeah,
the
my cousin was
Remember the review? He did it as his final thoughts on the
Yes.
preview. Like, we thought he was saying something genuine, and he's reading a Google review.
I need to go find that show. Is what I need to do. We had
That-
so
that
much
was-
fun
that
on that
was-
show.
That was a hilarious moment. That was very well done.
Somebody said BJ Finney pants. Yeah, if I could have BJ Finney's pants, I could have Sapphire's thong.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I
man.
can't
This is
help
what
but
you get
click
on day 3, boys.
I can't help but to click on some of these comments. Thank you, Kathy.
Oh my god!
Oh, now we're saying it in front of Jeff's mom.
Oh, and
Jeff-
that just took it to a whole different.
I'm
Jeff
sure
is
she's heard worse. I'm sure she's heard worse. Trust me.
Oh, whoa. We've got some news.
Uh-oh.
Bring up 2 girls, 1 Stanley Cup.
Wait, whoa! This is
Darren is
interesting.
reopening at a different location. That's why it's being auctioned. Everything will be really nice. I got to get
And it wasn't
Darren
a
on
first
bad
class
language.
establishment before.
Everything will be really.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that reminds me of Cousin Eddie from Christmas Vacation. It's gonna be real nice.
Yes,
Yeah, that's the first time that sentence has ever been associated with an establishment.
Yeah, that's when I get a call from Jeff said, Brian, you cannot have Darren on bad language anymore.
For the record, I'm sure it will be really nice. I'm not gonna probably frequent that establishment, but I'm sure it will be nice. Like Darren, if he's listening, like we're not cutting down on your business opportunity, but all right, back to the draft.
Who was the player that whole thing was about? Because we said
No,
It
it
was
was just
someone- it was
about
someone in the
Steelers in
live
general
chat.
because it was the Steelers going back to Latrobe.
yes, but it was a specific player because there was something about them with the strip. I'm gonna hate to say who I think it was. May he rest in peace.
Who passed away?
Dwayne.
I think it was something
Dwayne
about someone made a
Haskins?
comment about Haskins, wasn't it? Because didn't he have a thing with the strip club in Washington?
Oh well, yeah, He supposedly went to strip clubs like the day.
And
of
that's
the
the
game
whole
or
reason someone mentioned about the beehive with Latrobe. That's where it all came
Some
from.
people say they have great lunches. Just went there for lunch.
Well, Elvis used to eat like meals off of hookers' chests.
All right.
So-
So
All
back
right,
to the draft.
pick 176 for the New York
There's-
Jets.
There-
We have been
there's
on-
your caption for day 3 right there.
I mean, come on. I mean, the Steelers are 2 picks away, and we've waited this long, and this is where it's gone. Okay, someone said I was mistaken. So good. It wasn't with that it was before Haskins was part with the Steelers. But it
Gavin
was
wants to know,
someone.
Gavin, it was in Latrobe, Pennsylvania, by the way. He's been asking where's the beehive located. It was in Latrobe. PA.
Officially
it's-
Delmont. I think it's called
it's-
Delmont, PA.
Oh,
Isn't
Delmont.
it between Latrobe and Johnstown or something? Someone said because that's why it would be bad.
Yeah, I mean it's Route 22.
Jeff, all that work that the guys did to get you that sponsorship, and now it's probably going away.
But hey, when one door closes, another one opens.
Yeah, I was gonna
Darren, give
say.
me a call, man. Let's make it happen. Darren, your new.
Two girls, one Stanley Cup used to work there.
Oh.
That's why we got the information about Darren. Okay.
Yeah, so this is awesome. Yeah,
All right, so here we go.
Private message, Dave Schofield.
176.
They're the source. Getting it straight from the source.
Are we talking about the draft or the
We could go back to it, sure.
Mhm.
Hey, Mecky's still on, or Mecky or Mackay is still there, right? Wingo.
Yeah, that's who we're hoping for.
That's Trey Wingo's, not his brother.
Oh my
So like I say,
gosh.
defensive
Is this-
line or give me the slot corner from Pitt. That's what I'll say.
Is this draft over yet?
Well, the quarterback from the CFL, Stiggers, he's still available too. I know a couple people have popped up in here, like
Oh,
Roy
that-
has been
Roy
high
really
on
liked him, yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But we're getting nothing ahead of time now, right?
I'm not.
But Brian's watching that video that D sent you over and over again. Aren't
Yeah,
you?
and I'm trying to figure out who it is.
That's why I should too. Yeah. All right. So I don't know about you guys. I got some kid announcing the Jets selection.
Yeah.
Then we got the Vikings and then the Steelers. Now, this 6th round pick, this was the one that they got from Carolina with as part of the Deontay Johnson, Dante Jackson, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So this
Oh.
pick was from Arizona through Carolina. So if you want to do your little rabbit hole, Dave,
Yeah.
you would have to find out what did the Arizona Cardinals give up to send this to
there it
Carolina,
is.
which Carolina sent it to Pittsburgh.
Quantez Stingers
Yeah,
went
there's your
to the
corner.
Jets.
Went to the Jets, yeah.
Since Brian had just mentioned him. From the Argonauts. Johnny Wilson's been the number 1 wide receiver on the Mel's board for a long time.
He's been the number 1 player overall for a
Oh,
long
yeah.
time.
That's what I meant. Number 1
Yeah.
player.
Yeah.
Vikings pick is in, which means the Steelers are on the clock.
Wow, that was a long break.
Yeah. What time did the other pick get made? It was a little bit after 1, right?
The Vikings pick is in. Here we go.
Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock 21 seconds ago on X. That's what they say.
Yep.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Hoy. Vikings select. Drop the graphic. Come on. I don't have any sound on my TV, so I can't hear what they said.
Again, I want to echo what Jeff and Dave have been saying all along. I just don't think you could go wrong with whoever you're bringing in now.
Mhm.
Yeah. Walter Rouse, offensive tackle, Oklahoma, to the Vikings.
Oh, I was gonna say another
You
lineman.
think the Steelers? No. They had announced. I wanted to know who the Vikings took, so we just to make sure that they weren't sitting there. No sacks allowed in 148 or 480. Wow, I messed that number up. Pass blocking snaps. We covered the large gap. Only I got the stream killed once, right?
Yeah, thanks, Roy. I'm just messing with Roy. He's a good guy.
Yeah. Well, the Steelers pick is in. The pick is in.
That was quick.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, where's Jeremy Betts? He disappeared. He was the one who said, I don't think it'll be a guard. And boom, it was a guard. I want to know what he thinks it's not. I want to know what he's not going to be this time. So, nothing ahead of time. We'll probably have to.
That's like Goodell sent out a memo, like, we're at the point in the draft, nothing ahead of time. Just let them watch the broadcast.
Yeah. Or that these guys don't.
Logan Lee.
Who said that?
That's on the TV. Defensive tackle from Iowa.
Oh,
That's on the broadcast.
tackle.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
They just don't want Mekhi Wingo.
I'm just curious. Iowa. Well, remember, they went to Iowa's pro day, and they're like, oh, they're going to see Cooper DeJean. And then I remember someone else saying, well, don't they have a defensive tackle they could take late? So,
I mean,
Well, welcome to town, Logan Lee.
yeah, I turned the volume up a little bit. I hope it's not coming through on you guys. I want to hear a little bit about him because I don't know anything. Dale Lawley says he's a pure 3-4 defensive end.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's like a Stephon Tuitt, right? Tuitt was a 3-4 DE, right?
I think so.
So, and of course, I wanted to hear about the Steelers pick, and it's a commercial, so forget that. They'd say something.
I mean, it's good. They had a plan and they're sticking to it. They're fortifying those trenches. And
I know I've heard the name before. Yeah. So
Sounds like a Stan Lee character with all the alliteration from Marvel. Logan Lee. And nothing but crickets and barking.
I'm trying to get the information that I need for to jump off and do the break news podcast so I can come back for the last pick.
I thought you'd like that joke. You once skipped the Devin Bush draft to watch the Avengers.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so man. 6'5", 281.
Six five 281.
Yep. It says Logan Lee will move the needle for teams that prioritize upfield penetrative defensive tackles. Sometimes, yeah. Hot motor. Not high on athleticism. They call him a tweener. is the biggest thing. Don't tell me it's another the Marvin Leal, but I don't think so.
The hot motor takes that part away.
Yeah. All right. So,
Dave, your draft is up.
thank you very much. I'm still trying to assemble the information.
Oh, guys, I'm going to have to drop myself. I've got to go do some work. But,
All right.
Gotta-
Thank you very
All
much.
righty.
We appreciate it.
Thank
yeah,
you.
thank you guys. See ya.
See ya.
See you later.
Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and go do that and get back here. So hold it down here, gentlemen. Don't
I
leave it
will-
with nothing but dead air. While
I'll be
I,
here.
I'll do my best not to end the stream.
Yes.
So alrighty.
So are they just filling position rooms now?
Yeah, they might be.
That's what it seems like at this moment.
They probably look at what do they need and who's available and who's the highest in those categories. So they might have said, hey, we could use some help on the defensive line. What do we have still left? Oh, we got this Logan Lee guy from Iowa. Okay, let's look at him. They like him enough, make the pick.
What number pick was that again? 178?
No,
Yeah.
that was one. Yeah, I'm sorry. 178 is correct.
Yeah.
So only have a handful of picks again until they select their final pick of the 6th round. And I can't believe they're not making any trades.
That's two alliterative picks in a row. You have Mason McCormick and Logan Lee.
Yep.
So they went from the Wilsons to the alliterations, or
They're
They're
there's
keeping
a
it.
theme here.
That's how they do their board, I heard.
everything in doubles.
That's how I would do it. you know.
One year it's phonetic, next time it's the other way around.
Then the next year it's Texas A&M from the same college. It's like, look, we don't have the budget to travel, guys, so just pick as many guys from Texas A&M that you can.
That's the best bet. All right, so I'll read a little bit about Logan Lee since I have his scouting report here. Overview is a durable 3-year starter. As an undersized defensive tackle in the aggressive Iowa front, Lee has the size and length of a 5 technique, but might not possess enough twitch and power to control blockers from that spot. He has good strength, but needs time to ramp it up and doesn't have as many quick wins as teams will want. Lee's pass rush is very pedestrian, but could improve some with better hand working and training. He's a hard worker, but fails to stand out with power, quickness, or pass rush talent, which puts a firm cap on his upside. His draft projection, according to NFL.com, was a round 7 selection or a free agent. So there you go. Not a pretty picture, but it is what it is. 6th round draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
He is 6'5", 281, arm size, arm length 32 1/4, hand size 10 1/4.
You know the best thing about a 6th round draft pick? It's not a 7th round draft pick,
That's true.
and you still get drafted.
Mine's here.
So potentially all but 2, maybe 3 picks in this draft will be on the line, both offensive and defensive.
They went to the trenches.
I'm all for it.
Something that's sorely been addressed. The one thing that I'm afraid of just for this draft, and it's just having to listen to it, but a lot of people will be saying, well, but they got no corner. They did not get a corner. But it seems like talking to Jeff, talking to my countrymen, it seems like there's another plan in place for corner.
Mhm.
And that could happen as early as officially Monday.
Because not only with the undrafted free agents, now the free agency market in general is just going to get kicked back up into hyper gear Monday. Now it's post-draft teams like the Steelers that need a corner, didn't like any corners in the draft apparently. Then, I don't know, talking to Cam Sutton possibly, like they've got something else in mind.
A lot of people are in on Cam Sutton, right? Right now.
I mean,
Antonio Frazier is saying that SNR is claiming that he has a couple of block kicks in college. Logan Lee.
Nice.
So let's look at the let's go ahead and look at the top 10 remaining. Brendan Rice is still out there. Could they go wide receiver again? Johnny Wilson from Florida State's another guy that we heard Andrew and Jeremy Betts talk about yesterday in the third round. So is it a possibility that they double dip at wide receiver just for the heck of it?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, different things I read and heard leading up to the draft was if there was a possibility of double dipping, it was going to be, receiver. Now they obviously double dipped on interior line or whatever. But, I mean, I don't think wide receiver is totally out of play. I mean, Roy Countryman thought if Tez Walker was going to drop to where the Steelers picked in the 5th round, they would have taken him.
Defensive tackle Leonard Taylor III. I had heard a lot about him. He's another defensive tackle, but that's a name that I know. So I'm surprised to see he is still available as well. Another familiar name is Bo Limmer, the center from Arkansas, but I don't really see them doubling up on center. Could they go, Jeff, an edge? Possibly.
They could.
There's a lot of edges in the top 15 here. There's 4 edges listed. Don't know anything about any of them. Cedric Johnson from Ole Miss. You have Gabe Hall from Baylor, Miles Cole from Texas Tech, and Gabriel Murphy from UCLA.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
I mean, the bark is more compelling than anything I'm saying right now. So,
so I'm trying to see what is the they are on pick.
They've got to be about 15 picks away, right?
Or pick 105. That's not right. 170. I'm trying to keep the little image small. 185. I'm sorry. 185, and the Steelers pick next 195. 10 picks away.
There's a lot of double dipping with teams coming up too, so this is interesting. You have Philadelphia next, then Atlanta at 186 and 187, then the Texans in 188 and 189. Book ended by Philadelphia. So in the next 6 picks, only 3 teams.
That is crazy. Now that I look at it, I'm like, oh my gosh.
Just
And I was going to say 2 birds and a bull, but if you go the next 8 picks besides the Texans with the Cardinals at 191 and the Seahawks at 192. And if you want to even go further, the next 2 picks before the Steelers, after all those bird picks, it's the Patriots and Bengals, and they are for the birds, if you ask me. Thank you. I'll be here all week.
You'll be here all week. Exactly.
Howdy, gentlemen.
Hey.
That one was, I tried to keep it short in order to make sure I was ready for the next pick. So
I have your thumbnail done, but I did not send it to you. So let me send it.
don't do anything right now. Don't do anything right now because it'll mess up what I'm doing.
Worst case scenario, if the
Steelers
Steelers trade back into the 7th round, that would be awful.
Oh,
trade back and pick up like a really late 7th round pick.
I'm going to go ahead and break down the 4th wall like I continue to do. I'm just going to ask you a question. Are we going to go ahead and after this pick start the wrap up after the 6th round?
Well, I have to do the breaking news podcast first, but then
It was Andrew was supposed to join the live stream. He said he's going to keep it going until the end of the draft, which is fine.
Come on, Andrew, where are you at? I know Chris said he was on his way as well. Or not Chris, Corey.
Dave, did you change the time of that
Chris is
that
here.
podcast?
Yes, I did.
All right, it's still showing as the other one.
It's live.
Just on my screen. Okay, good.
Yeah.
I just had to
I did that so I could get everything on the
Yes,
back
sir.
end. Yep. So there you are.
All right.
So they said, yeah, Philly took Johnny Wilson, trying to get caught up with everything.
We're about 10 picks away.
Yep. Whew.
So we were talking, Dave, when you look at this coming up, there are a lot of edge rushers in the top 15 on ESPN. There's 4 of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that could be since you don't have Marcus Golden back in and you're established up front, that could be a project pick.
It could be. You could go a lot of ways, and then you could things that you don't address, you fill in with what's left with free agency. I think there's nothing that you have to do here, in my opinion. But yeah, that wouldn't shock me. Quarterback wouldn't shock me. A slot cornerback wouldn't shock me. Another wide receiver wouldn't shock me. Another offensive lineman would surprise me. I have to admit now. That would be surprising.
Yeah.
This is something that I echo off of Dave every single year. I don't know if you've mentioned it as of yet, but your 7th round theory that I've always loved is a 7th rounder
Roy here. Yep.
Okay, you already did that?
No, that was a while ago. So say it again.
But the 7th round pick is a glorified undrafted free agent that you just have the rights to.
Yeah. If you don't think another quarterback will sign with you as a UDFA, you do a Chris Oladokin.
Yeah.
That's why they drafted him. But this is a 6th versus a 7th. They're a little bit more expensive because the way the scale's set up, but it's no big deal.
Right.
So they've made 6 picks so far, right?
Yes.
The Steelers, yeah.
So 5 guys in the trenches and a wide receiver.
Yep. So pick 188.
And a linebacker.
Oh, that's right, a linebacker. So yeah. So it's 4 guys in the trenches. Sorry.
So we're on pick 189. Houston's 2nd back-to-back pick. Steelers are 195.
195.
Correct. As long as they take a guy that actually has a scouting report, I'm happy because Dave and I know the struggles of You go to look up something about the prospect, and you're like, there's nothing. There's no draft reports. There's no profiles. There's nothing.
Yeah.
You're just going to his Facebook page and talking
I didn't
about
have nearly as much
something
for
you
Logan
liked.
Lee as I did everybody else. So
I read his scouting report on NFL.com. Not too good.
Oh, really? I was at the Draft Network,
Okay.
but Pro Football Network, I didn't find one.
Okay.
Yeah. Crazy. All right. I just noticed something. So, Chris, you have I not noticed the whole time, or did you just sit back? I'm trying to check out your shirt.
Oh, that's the NFL Blitz, TJ Watt.
Okay.
I have
gotcha.
that shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Homage.
Good. I have to get back on the screen, so lean back again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Did you play NFL Blitz as a kid
All the time.
on PlayStation?
Yep.
Yeah, I dusted off the PlayStation one day, found it in a box that my parents brought over, and that was one of the like 2 games. I had MLB 98 in that game, and my kids were like, "Let's play." And that's
then I'm
when we
from-
slam people down. It's awesome.
Yep. And I'm from closer to Huntington, or grew up closer to Huntington. I live in Charleston now, but there was like an arcade bar in Huntington that was like all ages until like 7:00 or whatever. So it was like the arcade NFL Blitz too, that my dad worked like 2 blocks from. So like we'd go down, meet him. I'd just hop over, play for like an hour or 2.
Yeah, that was a great arcade. So wait a second, where are you from?
It's Ona, West Virginia, but like 20 minutes from Huntington, and I live in Charleston, West Virginia now.
I didn't know we had another West Virginian on the call.
Yeah.
Dang, I wish I would have known that. Another Mountaineer. Brian's not one. He'll tell you he is, but he's not.
I know. I lived there for 9 years and I had season tickets, but I mean, I got married there too and divorced there as well.
Well, you're not the first or last person to ever get divorced in this state, so
Good.
Anything,
I will
dude.
say this: great
Wasn't
state
probably-
to get divorced in. Easy. Seriously, it's easy. I mean,
Hey, the question is, after the divorce, are you still cousins?
that's what doomed me from the start there because I did not I did not celebrate that. So I was gonna tell an off-color joke, but we're not going to. I was not gonna talk about my Halloween joke. So but
Here's a question. Would Kalen King be a good pick? That's the corner from Penn State.
a lot of people have talked about Kalen King in this draft as a corner. Why not?
That would give us 2 picks from the Scobro Show podcast that we landed. I'm
Well, hey,
okay with or the cornerback from Pitt too.
Let me bring this up real quick. And this is from Twitter. I can't take credit for it. Tyler Wise, whoever that is. He said, had this saved ever since Logan Lee's pre-draft visit with the Steelers. So they're using the relative athletic score, the RAS, which we know that the 10 is the maximum number. And that's why Graham Barton's 9.99 was just out of this world. I think that the Steelers pick 1 was like 9.6 something, like a really good score. But anyway, Logan Lee, according to testing, he compared him to Brett Kiesel. So Logan Lee scored a 9.2. Brett Kiesel scored an 8.93. And he looked at all the different measurables, and he's Logan Lee is way more explosive when you're looking at the shuttle, the 3-cone, the vertical broad jump than Brett Kiesel was. The only area where Brett Kiesel was better, Brett Kiesel ran a better 40, and he was taller by a third inch. So pretty interesting, that comparison. I just never would have thought to look at that. A lot of people are saying the guy's stiff, he can't move. Brett Kiesel made a career out of that as that type of player who can just plug up the defensive front. So maybe that's what they got. We'll see.
And I mean, if nothing else, if he just doesn't get beat on every play and he's just that 6th or 7th body coming in like Andy Weidel and them want to do, I mean, just that depth piece to come in for a couple plays before he gets taken back out. I mean, that to me would be a successful 6th round D tackle right now as well.
All right, here's my question. Okay. Who are the youngest players drafted by the Steelers? I was wrong with one of them because I was talking about ones that would be 24 this season.
Who's the youngest player on the Steelers? Is that what you said?
No, youngest player drafted this year.
I know it's not Wilson. I'm not talking Roman. I'm talking Peyton. He's 24.
Mm-hmm.
I,
Yeah. Actually, it's Roman, Wilson, and Frazier are both 22.
okay.
Then
And
you've got
Fautanu's 23, right?
23. He'll be 24. McCormick's 23, but both Peyton Wilson and Logan Lee are already 24.
Is this fallback from that COVID season still?
Yes.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah.
There's
We were
some people
talking
are
with
saying
Roy
this
about
is the
that.
last time this is the last year that you'll have that trickle down effect.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you'll even have a few next year too,
Yeah.
because of
But
like
not- I don't-
stacked with like medical red shirts and stuff, and then that
Yeah,
pre-COVID
I don't
one.
think it'll be nearly as many as this
Yeah,
year.
yeah. I think last year gets like the last of them drafted.
So they're at pick 190. The Eagles traded again. They've traded. What was I saw on
Is
Twitter?
it double digits
The
now?
Eagles just completed their 9th trade of the draft, the most of any team since 1990 when they started tracking it.
Brian, you missed the over. You missed it on the over. Didn't you take the over on the 2.5 trades for the Steelers? Bad?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, they didn't make any. I didn't come close.
No, they could trade back and then trade back again, and we could be here for
They're
the-
not.
Maybe they're picking up the Mr. Irrelevant pick just
Oh,
for Jeff.
Andrew Wilbar's here. He joins us. What's up, Andrew?
Going, my favorite part of the draft. I'm loving these rounds.
Oh,
Were you
I'm
loving
glad
the
you're here.
3 hours in between picks? Well, I don't know if it was 3 or not, but still.
Oh my, I'm still catching up. I didn't catch all of the beginning of the rounds. I'm just kind of catching up now. I saw the Steelers 2 selections and just kind of catching up and updating seeing who's left on the big board.
Tell us about Logan Lee.
Logan Lee is a prototype 5 tech who has experience playing at the 3 and the 1 as well. Not a ton of production. A guy who's still kind of raw. Not the greatest athlete. I would say I would take him over the Milk Dud, Loudermilk pick a couple years ago. Isaiah Loudermilk. I'll take him over that. But he's going to be a role player. He's a developmental guy. I don't ever see him becoming a starter, but a guy who's going to potentially play for a depth role. I think it's most likely he ends up on the practice squad. But another guy that fits the prototype body type for the Steelers at that 5 tech defensive lineman position. So I understand it. Not a guy who is in my top 200, but there's some upside there. He just needs to add more play strength. He's a little bit weak at the point of the attack.
Thanks, Mel. That's a compliment.
that is. Yeah, no, it's good. So
Please-
here we
please
are.
Don't take it otherwise.
Arizona's pick at 191 is in, so that moves us to 192 is Seattle. The Steelers are only 3 picks away. Will this be
The
the
end
last
is
pick?
nigh.
Will this be the last pick? I hope so.
So the Lions traded up to take Wingo, right? At 189. I almost missed that.
Yes.
Okay. All righty.
Big shout out to everyone that's been with us for 3 straight days.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, anyone that's like, I mean, people like this stuff, obviously, even on day 3 where the Steelers have 3 picks and they're ridiculously spread out. We still almost have 600 people. And that's after our first stream got killed and we had almost like 800 or 900 after the 4th round. So, yeah, it's, thank you to everyone that's watching, because we don't even put these on the audio feed. It's just way too much. But for everyone that's watching in some facet somewhere, Twitter, X, Facebook, YouTube, you name it, we thank you all very much.
This is something that we tried different. The last 3 or 4 years, we were doing the round tables after each pick. It became a whole heck of a lot, but it wasn't the fact that it was the work. We just thought this would be more natural. And we were doing Zoom calls behind the scenes. So we decided to open it up for everybody to be involved in it and hear the things that we talk about. If you've noticed, we've talked about, Steel Curtain Network business.
Yeah.
And Yes, and we did talk about the Beehive as well, which one of our listeners, Nap 1963, good friend of the show for years, just drove past it.
Oh,
And
nice.
he was going to take a picture. I don't know if he did. But there
We
you
also
go.
found out that Darren's reopening. New location is going to be real nice.
It's
Real
but what I was going to say is, I love this for the fact that it's mostly all Steelers. When you're watching day 3 of the draft on NFL Network, it kind of stinks because they're interviewing somebody you don't care about from a different team, and they're not really talking about your pick. Maybe they'll do 30 seconds on your pick. So this is something that is more Steeler centric, and we've been here through every minute of the draft.
True. Yeah.
Except
right,
for
so-
that minute or so that Jeff had to set up a new stream.
Yeah. Other than that,
I missed out on that. So
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah.
I was recording.
yeah, we all missed out on it because the feed got cut short. But nonetheless, here's an interesting tidbit for everyone that likes to chuckle at the Browns. After today, the 2022 Texans-Browns Deshaun Watson trade will be complete. Just in case you forget, the Texans received a 2022 first round, 4th round, 2023 first round, 3rd round, 2024 first round, 2nd round, 6th round, 4th round pick. This is incredible. And then the Browns received Deshaun Watson and a 6th round pick in 2024.
It's worked out well for him.
I believe the
Zoinks.
rumors. I believe the rumors that suggest that he doesn't want to play football anymore. There's a lot of rumors in that. We talked about that at one point. We were talking about the
Watson?
division. Yeah. Yeah. There's people in Cleveland. I was talking to John Suchan, who covers the Browns for us, and he said there's a lot of rumors that the reason they signed Jameis Winston because they weren't sure if Deshaun Watson even wants to play football anymore. Could you imagine?
Wow.
Well, wait a second. Maybe it's something dealing with the Browns because when he was drafted first overall, didn't Myles Garrett, one of his quotes that people were then worried about, that he said he doesn't know how long he'll play football because he really wants to do other things with his life, like philanthropy and stuff like that, that he was all philosophical in that way. So maybe it's just something with the water in Cleveland that they're like, this is why no one wants to be here.
Myles Garrett will just cash out his stock in Pro Football Focus, and then he'll just be fine. We're a couple picks away from the Steelers with their 7th and final pick, the second 6th round selection. New England's on the clock, then the Cincinnati Bengals, and then the Pittsburgh Steelers at pick number 195. All right. Any predictions here?
Andrew?
Anyone?
Anyway.
Bueller?
I'm still catching up to make sure I have everyone off the board that's been taken since I missed a round. So I'm just updating the board, seeing who all's still available.
You don't want to say something of someone who's gone. I got you.
I'm saying Edge. Sorry, I was
saying-
on another screen editing a show.
I'm saying either corner or quarter. One of the backs.
Patriots just took Joe Milton.
Well, then never mind. Forget quarterback. Give me either the Penn State or Pitt cornerback. Wait a second. We don't have any repeat colleges.
The Steelers
So
are on deck.
So it's got to be Washington, West Virginia,
Beanie
Did the
Michigan.
Did Beanie go?
No, if they need a second West Virginian, he could be that.
Mhm.
He,
It's been a
just
while
that back
since.
end, yeah.
Wow, the Bengals pick Tanner McLaughlin. That Steelers are on the clock.
Has anyone
Here
taken
we go.
Braylon Allen yet?
If I knew who
For
that
some
was,
reason,
would
I
answer
think
you.
he has gone.
Oh, there's a Maryland safety, Bo Braid. He's 3rd left on Mel's best
Oh,
value. He
please
went to
no.
Maryland. They've got to take him because he went to Maryland.
No.
and then they can keep the narrative of Mike Tomlin and Maryland going.
Slower than molasses in January.
That's slow.
People are the Pittsburgh media are roasting Mike Tomlin right now because he says they put way too much stock in the top 30 visits, and 5 of their 6 picks have been top 30 visits.
Yeah.
Andrew, I typically wait until March to race my molasses.
The pick is in. Sorry.
I'm gonna say nickel.
Molasses.
I'm gonna say it's either Devonshire. Here's the guy I want at nickel. Sean Stevens, Ferris State. That guy's a baller. He's got serious ball skills.
I trust you.
I doubt it happens. Steelers don't usually go super small school, but
Devonshire, you think it could be him?
it could be Devonshire. AJ Woods from Pitt as well. Daquan Hardy from Penn State's there too. There's a lot of decent nickel options.
I think we need Sam Hartman.
I'm just happy to say the pick is in, and that means there's no trade back. So
Yes.
DJ James got taken, correct?
No clue.
No idea.
Would
Yeah,
you
right.
wear the
Yeah.
jersey, Jeff?
You're the person who should be here that we ask you these questions.
Yeah.
DJ James is off the board, so
Sean Stevens, yeah, that's JPJ's cousin.
yes.
Okay, I forgot about him. So that's the kid from Ferris State you're talking about?
Yes. Guy's an athlete. He's feisty. He's got ball skills. He can play in man.
Any chance he's a UDFA?
Could be. Could be.
Okay.
At this point, the draft is so literally anything could happen because everyone's boards are so different. Anyone could fall undrafted at this point.
Well, if he is undrafted, that kind of bodes well for the Steelers
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
because of the corner situation, and you have your cousin there.
Hmm.
And your uncle's a legendary Steeler as well.
Pittsburgh
Ryan
Steelers
Watts, cornerback from
selection.
Texas.
Hold on. What is it?
Ryan Watts,
Ryan
cornerback from Texas.
Watts, cornerback, Texas.
All right, tell us about him, Andrew. Another
He's
Watts. They lost Armand, so they had to get Ryan.
Ryan Watts, he was a former 4-star recruit. He was a hot commodity coming out of college. I think he's going to play safety. Personally, 6'3", 200 pounds. He's got decent speed. He's a low to mid 4.5 guy, not elite speed. As it pertains to ball skills, I'd have to look up I don't believe he had any interceptions this past season, but he's a bigger guy. He reads things well. He just doesn't react incredibly quickly. I think he's more of a special teamer. At this point, I don't see him playing on the outside in the NFL. He's definitely not a slot guy. I think he could potentially compete at strong safety. Maybe he can play a little bit of outside corner. He just can't turn his hips quick enough and change direction and coverage. So that's why I think that he's going to be limited to safety.
Did someone say he played at Ohio State before he went to Texas?
He's a transfer guy.
Yes, he played at Ohio State originally.
Okay. Interesting. So now, how does he compare to some of the other young guys that the Steelers have on the roster, like a Corey Trice, like a Darius Rush, even if Luke Barku, if you can even go that far?
Corey Trice is really good using his hands near the line of scrimmage within that first yard of the line and jockeying for position, which really allows him to be able to stay on the outside. And he does a good job getting down low against smaller wide receivers. They don't go underneath him. He gets down to their level, and he's not afraid to push them around that first yard. Whereas the issue with Texas and a lot of Big 12 defenders, they play so soft of coverage. It's hard to evaluate them coming out, how they're going to translate to the NFL because they're playing so vanilla coverage. You can't really tell how physical they are because it's so very little of such a small bit of press coverage they actually play toward the line. It didn't look to me on tape like he had the physicality to match his size.
Gotcha.
I didn't have him in the top 250. I don't think I had him in the top 300. So I don't envision him making the roster either. I think the Steelers passed up on some good nickel talent, but at this point, what do you expect? It's the 6th round.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, I've got to go record breaking news podcast, but thought I'd get as much information as I could. I don't think I'll be back on the live stream at all, but Jeff and Brian, I will see you soon on the recap. And guys, it's been a lot of work, a lot of time, but a lot of fun.
Yeah, man.
Absolutely.
Yep. Oh, and that's good. I got someone to take my place. Corey can slide in here and
Nice.
and take over, and we'll see you all later.
Thanks, Dave.
Afternoon, fellas. How's it going?
Hey.
Good to see y'all.
Yes, sir.
Sorry I missed Dave. I was traveling most of the day, walking around with the kids. There was a train museum going on over towards Richmond, and he's a train nut, so had to take him over to that.
There you go.
Awesome.
All right. So while I have this here, we got the breakdown from Andrew. Here's what it is projected for from Lance Zierlein of the NFL.com. Here's an overview. His draft projection for Watts was a round 6 or 7 pick. For those that want a little bit more detail, like Andrew said, 6'3", 208 pounds. This is the overview. Based purely on the cornerback tape, it would be easy to dismiss Watts as an NFL prospect. But once we fit the pieces together and project him as a safety, it changes the evaluation. Watts simply doesn't have the quickness and agility to stay at corner, and with much success in man coverage. However, he's already built like a safety, possesses tremendous length with a willingness to lean into the aggression for the position change. Watts' measurables and demeanor will work in his favor, but his impressive NFL scouting combine testing should create additional push for his draft stock and the chances of him becoming a backup safety with core special teams value. Pretty much spot on with what you said, Andrew.
That's a good eval by Zerline. I agree with it.
All right. Nice. So, all right. So, Andrew, you going to anchor this thing for the time being?
Sure.
Nice. All right. So, Brian, he might be here a little bit. We're gonna go and do our recap of the day 3. Keep talking about the draft as long as you want, but thank you guys very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, gentlemen, much appreciated. Enjoy. This has been a blast. We could not do this without you, so many thanks.
What are you guys' thoughts on? I guess let's start. We can start at the beginning of day 3. Were either of you guys in here at the beginning of day 3 when we took the Mason McCormick selection?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, I've been following along all day on YouTube while I was walking around. So,
okay, gotcha. The Logan Lee pick, that one's interesting just because of the prototype size. The Steelers love those longer defensive linemen that can potentially fit that 5-tech role. What do you guys think of Logan Lee?
I was kind of surprised by it, honestly, because the one guy from Northern Iowa that they had brought in for the visit, he was like still available, and I was like, they kind of been sticking to that draft visit pattern. So I was like, well, that if they go defensive line, it might be him or the guy from LSU. But Lee just kind of came out of nowhere for me. But like you said, with like the body type and everything, it's not too surprising when you actually look at it.
yeah, I mean, as I was mentioning to the guys on the Slack channel, all of the draft picks that we've had so far this year have come from the top 30 visits. So, with one pick to go, especially, we've gone defensive tackle with this last one. So I got to think that maybe they're looking at Daquan Hardy here in the 6th round. What do you guys think?
Well, they just took the 6th round pick they just took was Tyler Owens, safety from Texas.
Oh, I missed that one.
Yeah, they selected Ryan Watts from Texas. Guy it's listed as a corner, played corner primarily, but it's going to move to safety most likely. 6'3", 208, bigger guy. Just can't change direction extremely quick. Probably more of a safety, core special teamer. Might fight for a roster spot. I think he's more of a practice squad guy. A lot of developing. He's a decent athlete. 4.53 at that size isn't bad. And he has decent instincts. He just needs to learn to react on them quickly. I don't think he had any interceptions this past year. But
maybe has trouble playing with his back to the ball.
Texas played so much off coverage, and with him kind of picking up defenders, pretty much at the first down marker a lot of times, playing so far off the line of scrimmage. So it's hard to tell how he's going to be closer to the line, playing in man, going down the field, mirroring receivers. It's
Well,
a tough
I'll say this.
projection.
I'll say this much: when you're 6'3", change of direction, agility tends to decline as much as the smaller ones. That's why nickel corners are so coveted now.
Exactly.
When you're trying to cover that third receiver who's got Roman Wilson type agility, then you got to have somebody who can mirror that. So anybody at that size, 6'3", 208, that's really good size, especially for a safety. That's pretty much prototypical at this point. So moving him to safety is not a bad idea.
Steelers could afford to add some depth there as well. I mean, KZ, we were talking just a couple months ago, there's no guarantee KZ would be back this upcoming year. They could potentially decide to part ways. I suppose they still could. I'm curious to think, just those that are still in the live chat, those of you that are in the live chat, give us a name that you're looking for in undrafted free agency, the guys that are still there. We've mentioned some of these nickel guys that are still there. The Penn State guys, the Pitt guys are both there. There's a lot of options still, specifically in the secondary. Those of you that have been around all day, because I was missing for a round, has anyone taken Tommy Eichenberg, the linebacker from Ohio State, yet?
Yeah, the Raiders did.
Raiders took him.
Sure
Leonard Taylor is off the board. I'm pretty positive, from Miami, defensive tackle.
Well, UDFA corner that we might want to look at is Beanie Bishop. We already had a visit with him. So,
Beanie's good.
And Shannon would be super happy about having two WV guys. So
Beanie's not the most explosive athlete, but he has good straight line speed, and he's got ball protection. I think he had 20 pass breakups this past year. I mean, the guy's feisty. He fights for the ball. Good.
I mean, you can't teach passion. They've got to want to be able to play the game. And I don't know, sometimes it seems like the guys that have the natural talent sometimes can take that for granted. And the guys back here in the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th rounds, they've got to rely solely on the knowledge and love of the game because they just don't have that natural talent.
It's very true.
Andrew, what did you think of the Mason McCormick pick?
I liked it. I know it didn't make sense originally to take 3 linemen in the first 4 picks, but if you're talking best players available, he's one of the best ones out there. The guy is physical. He's got the versatility. He can play any spot on the line, just like Fautanu. I think the Steelers are really starting to value versatility in the linemen, and I don't think he's like going to beat out Zach Frazier at center or anything like that. But the Steelers didn't really have any competition for him. I would argue that McCormick's probably can be the best competition for him, specifically at center.
Right.
He can play some there. I like him at left guard long term. He's got the body type. He's got good footwork, good enough athlete. I thought it was a solid pick. What do you guys think?
Yeah, no, I mean, I liked it a lot, especially I think to me, them doing that kind of means with the depth they got on the interior line now, James Daniels probably doesn't get re-signed, or they're comfortable with him walking. And then Siamalu's got 2 years left. So if McCormick does hit, and like you said, with the versatility, start right, maybe move left, or if Spencer Anderson happens to work out, or what, it just seems like they're giving themselves options for a Daniels to walk.
Right.
Yeah, I think you have to give yourself some financial flexibility. When you get the guard like that, and you wouldn't necessarily expect him to eventually become a starter. So even if he's, the swing interior line guy, then, you've got yourself a win here. So I definitely like the pick. He was, the whole big theme of this is that number one, Khan's been very patient this year about the draft, and it's really paid off. And number two, most all of the picks that they've had, except for the 7th rounder, were all visits during the top 30 visits during the pre-draft process. So they wanted to get really familiar with these guys when they brought them in. And I think I speak for everybody when I say it's been pretty universal. This has been a home run draft. Khan has knocked another one out of the park. So it's exciting to see what the direction the Steelers are taking here.
Mm-hmm.
Looking in the live chat, some of these guys that are being mentioned for undrafted free agency, Sam Hartman, Antonio Frazier mentioned Sam Hartman is a guy to keep an eye on. He was fantastic just a couple years ago at Wake Forest. Didn't put up the same production at Notre Dame, but still had moments. He's experienced. One of those guys in the mold. It's kind of a Brock Purdy. I know it's such an overused comp because everyone wants to find that guy, but no harm in bringing him in as a camp arm. interesting name. Let's see what else we have here. Brendan Rice. Is anyone taking Brendan Rice yet?
No, he's still available.
Wow. Brendan Rice is 110 on the big board. I had an early 4th on him. He'd be an excellent pickup. Another bigger body on the outside.
I got a name for you here. Let me see what you think about this one. How about Jamry Chroma, the defensive tackle from JMU?
He is explosive, man. I tell you
Yeah,
what, he gets off quick. And I know he had a crazy pro day, right? And he finished like 90th percentile across the board. He needs to add some weight if he wants to move inside, or it could honestly drop a little bit and become an extremely quick pass rusher on the edge. But he's got weight, kind of has that flexibility to kind of play him wherever you want. He's got a lot of upside. I'm trying to remember where I had him on the big board. I think I had a 5th round grade on him. Yeah, I had a 5th round grade on him. 162 overall on the board. So yeah, he'd be a great value undrafted.
Yeah, I live here in the Shenandoah Valley in Virginia, so like I'm about a half hour from JMU. So all the local news is got the team on in the TV, and he pops out on the TV all the time. Especially over the last couple of years. So now it was definitely a player that I just happened to know about locally, but I've been just kind of watching him and was still interested to see where he's going to go, and I hope Pittsburgh might take a look at him in the UDFA if he makes it through the 7th round. I think that might be definitely worth a shot.
Absolutely, I would love bringing him in. Monongahela Mike. Okay, it took me a second. I'm like, what? Okay, Monongahela. Yes, Monongahela Mike says James Williams, of course, the safety from Miami, who's kind of transitioned to linebacker. Didn't test as well athletically as what anybody expected, but a guy who's got a lot of upside still, has longer frame, bigger frame. Mohamed Kamara is not available. He was taken a lot later than I expected. There's Colorado State. Colorado State they have a long line of good edge rushers from there.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Leonard Taylor III. I thought he was taken. I'm going to look this up real quick because, again, I was gone for a round, so I'm still catching up. Leonard Taylor, if he is still there, that would be – doesn't look like he was taken. I'm not seeing anything. Wow. The one defensive lineman that slipped through the cracks, while every other defensive lineman went probably a little too high. Let's see. Wayne Ruby, wide receiver from Mount Union, had 30 receiving touchdowns last season as a UDFA. I'm going to be perfectly honest for the Black and Gold Standard podcast that just typed this in. I have not watched one bit of tape on Wayne Ruby. So I'm going to apologize about that one. I do not have him ranked at all. But 30 receiving touchdowns, that is, put up a number like that, undrafted. Why not?
Yeah.
Do either of you guys know anything about him?
I think Mount Union is what, D3. I mean, they're consistently playing for the national championship. So by that correlation alone, it might be worth a good look.
For sure. One guy that I came across later in the pre-draft process, and it's because he's a local guy. So I'm originally from Michigan, but right now I'm in college in Illinois, and I'm about 15 minutes away from Algonquin. Jacobs High School here, there's a guy by the name of Lauren Strickland, safety. He's a safety from Ball State. He had some good ball production there. I'm going to look up his pro day numbers. He didn't run super fast. He ran like a 4.57, but for his size, he's only like 5'9", 195. He is a hitter. He does not shy away from contact. He comes downhill. He's one of the best late round downhill safeties you'll find in this class. And it's kind of an anomaly for his size, but he had, I believe, a 37-inch vertical. He's got explosiveness. He's an explosive athlete, just necessarily not the greatest straight line speed. But his play speed, I would say, is better overall. When you watch him on tape, he flies to the football. And it's a MAC guy, so I can't rule it out. Mike Tomlin, I'm sure, has his eye on him. He'd be a good guy to come in and potentially compete with Tyler Owens for maybe a roster spot, some special teams opportunities. He's one guy I've got. I'm going to plug in my laptop real quick so you guys can hold it for just 1 second because I don't want my laptop to go dead in the middle of this.
Chris, what are you thinking about some UDFAs, man? Who do you see? Who's popping out to you on that list?
Well, I'm in West Virginia, so Beanie Bishop would be like top of my list.
Yeah.
But then like There's not really a particular name that I've looked at yet, but like, I know they just drafted a corner, but like, I still think they need like that nickel corner or something. But like we
I
talked
think
about,
that was the one thing that they were really missing in this draft. And, Sanastrella was apparently the one guy, but I mean, there has to be somebody else that you can at least, and I think that's what most teams are doing. They're trying to convert a corner to a safety role to play more of that nickel role. And that'll speak to another question. Andrew, I'll ask you, Chris, like what do you think about the Steelers going away from a base 3-4 and moving to something like, even with what West Virginia used to run, the 3-3-5? You see a lot more teams going to nickel and stuff like that. So, do the Steelers start to really make an actual transition away from the 3-4 and move to that, knowing that the way offenses are running these days?
They've definitely run more of it the past couple seasons. I know that they haven't. That's not necessarily their base defense, I would say, but that Steelers play a lot of sub package defense, a lot of nickel and dime packages. That's why I think it's so important the Steelers come away with even a couple of these guys. We've mentioned these guys like Beanie Bishop, Sean Stevens, MJ Devonshire, AJ Woods. For all I care, bring in 3 of these guys and let them compete. The chances of one of them at least turning out, I would say, is fairly high in my honest opinion. I've got all 4 of those guys inside the top 150 on the big board. So bring as many of those guys in as you want, let them compete, and at least one of them, I think there's a good chance, sticks and makes it out and could potentially be the future nickel corner of the Steelers. That's concerning that the Steelers have not addressed that yet. But everything else, if you're looking at nickel, the Steelers have the personnel other than that nickel cornerback spot to do it, especially adding another linebacker and kind of allowing, depending on who you want to have on the field, whether you want an edge rusher moving back or you want one of the other linebackers becoming more of that.
Do you put Peyton Wilson in third down middle linebacker to pull Patrick Queen? Is there a possibility of him getting some sub package football where he's playing 8 to 10 snaps a game specifically as a will, in the middle of that nickel?
I would think so. Just especially when you put into account his blitzing ability up the middle. Peyton Wilson is a good blitzer. He's got a good feel for getting after the quarterback. I mean, there was a time when he was at NC State that some people thought he would just, when he came out of the NFL, he would just devote more to becoming an edge rusher. But then he just became more and more consistent inside linebacker, and they kept him there. But he's got the versatility. He reminds me a lot of pick. I'm going to look up the name. Bengals drafted him back, I want to say 2019, out of Wyoming. The name is slipping me right now. I'm going to look this up real quick. I'm going to look up their roster. But a guy who can kind of play anywhere within a 4-3 reminds me a lot of some of these almost KJ Wright type linebackers that Seattle's had for a long time, just consistently productive. You can move them around. They can do a little bit of everything. Peyton Wilson kind of reminds me that type of guy. I don't know if you guys have any comps for Peyton Wilson.
I mean, the one that I saw that was most often was Leighton Vander Esch, but I mean, I'm hoping that's not a good comp either, because Leighton Vander Esch was always injured too. So let's hope that that's not the comp that they've, that this ends up being. But I don't really have a name that pops off to me as a good comp.
No, I don't.
Logan Wilson. That was who it was. Logan Wilson.
It's not a comp, but I can see him playing the role that Cole Holcomb was getting to before he got injured, just with Wilson's motor and everything. I mean, he knows he could get hurt every play, so he plays like his hair's on fire. So like the way he can come off blocks, chase a guy down, play in that coverage and stuff. Like you said, I think he could definitely come in and do some sub packages or whatever, third down, whatever's needed. Yeah,
assist on some, playing a tight end coming out for a pass or something like that, especially, when they're playing the Chiefs and they've got to deal with Travis Kelce. Do we have somebody that's fast enough to keep up? I mean, maybe we do now with Peyton Wilson.
Yeah. Or like finally have someone not Minka that has to do it.
Yeah.
That's very true. Evan Anderson from FAU. Has a good job being noticed tackle. He does have a lot of experience playing over the center. A lot of projection with his game. But a guy, again, the thing I love about undrafted free agency is every year there are good athletes from these smaller schools that just get overlooked because maybe they didn't have the production. Maybe they just never had good enough coaching to truly blossom. But I'm always intrigued by these undrafted free agency classes. Do all of them pan out? No. But it's cool seeing some of these guys get a shot that may have had the opportunity to go to other schools. Maybe they decide to stay at a smaller school and wanted to help that program out by staying, or they just never got the offers and they just kind of got overlooked, and maybe they never fully developed at that smaller school. They're going to have an opportunity to show teams what they have. And if you have the talent, the NFL will find you. So I'm excited to see what happens with really all these undrafted free agents, but especially the ones that have that plus athleticism. Just gets you excited for what they could potentially do, because there's guys that fall to undrafted free agency every year, athletically speaking, have starter potential. There's just a lot of development that has to take place to get to that. But a lot of good special teamers. Monongahela Mike also mentioned Carter Bradley, another from South Alabama, I believe, quarterback.
That's the quarterback I do think they will realistically sign in the undrafted free agents to take into camp. I know they've kind of kept an eye on him for a little bit.
Has someone taken Pratt from Tulane?
No, he's still available.
Okay,
that's surprising too.
Yeah,
that is surprising. He had projections all the way up into like the third round at some points.
I think the only 3 quarterbacks taken today have been Spencer Rattler, Jordan Travis, and Joe Milton.
But Milton did go. Where did he end up going?
New England.
Well, at least Hoodie's not there anymore. I got kind of scared there for a second during the first night whenever they took Drake May, and then I was like, wait a minute, Belichick's not there anymore.
Yeah.
This is not going to be the same. I mean, they're going to be a decent team, but they've still got some work to do.
Yeah.
You know?
Travis Glover, the offensive tackle from Georgia State, who the Steelers brought in for a visit. He just got taken by the Packers. So he's off the board. I wanted to ask you guys, kicker alert, Will Reichard is off the board. The first kicker has been selected. I did not catch which team. I believe that's the first kicker off the board today. I did want to ask you guys, after everything that had happened with the quarterbacks this week, and with Michael Penix Jr. going off the board, the team we didn't think was a quarterback needy team, you still have the Raiders sitting out there without a quarterback. I know, I'm trying to think who else. Obviously, Seattle is a team that could have looked potentially for the future. We would have at least understood it better if they would have gone that direction. And there were a couple other teams that had done homework on quarterbacks. Do you think the market for Justin Fields, if the Bears would have waited to trade him until now, would have been higher than what it was when they decided to just move on from him and send him to the Steelers?
Yeah, I do. I even think he could have held him into this late, like going into the season a little bit. I know you still had Caleb Williams. There would have been friction there, but all these quarterbacks getting taken early, especially, I just wonder how nervous teams are about next year's quarterback class. So they would rather trade for like someone like Justin Fields, because like I saw Vegas has Shedeur Sanders as like he's projected to be the number 1 overall pick next year, the betting favorite right now. But after that, like the quarterback class is just very weird. It's like Riley Leonard, Will Howard, like, so it's like, yeah, Justin Fields. Yeah, like I do think they could have gotten way more than what we gave them.
It's an interesting thought. The Bills just took Tylen Grable, the athletic offensive tackle from UCF, who lit up the combine. Guy who was a big part of the protection for John Rhys Plumlee, another quarterback that is still on the board, who had an outstanding 40 time. Did he break 4.5 in the 40? I think he ran like a 4.48 or something at his pro day. The guy's got wheels.
I don't know what he ran, but I do think I remember seeing like on Twitter or something that he did run like a sub 4.5.
That's not a guy. I know he had athleticism, but I would have never expected just looking at him thinking, "Oh, this guy's going to break 4.5 in the 40."
I know,
but
like it's like when you get that close to 4.5 in this day and age, I think Jeff has said it. It's like, oh, they ran like a 4.5. Like whenever half the team, a lot of people running 4.3s now.
Yeah,
like you get like the 4.48s. It's like still great, but like it just goes under the radar a little bit.
For sure.
Yeah.
Well, we talked about it earlier. I'm interested to get your all's takes on it. Because of that report earlier about the Steelers meeting with Cam Sutton, we don't have to like get into him specifically, and then them not really focusing on corner till their last pick. Do you think they just have a totally different plan for that like nickel corner or whatever that they just didn't want to address in the draft that they'll just kind of deal with in free agency in general.
I mean, I think their backup plan right now is to call Pat Pete, put him on speed dial and just call him up. So I think that is their, rock bottom that they'll hit, and anything that they can find up until that point that is an upgrade, they'll take it. But if they can't, I think they've got the assurance that he's at least going to come in and give them some meaningful snaps,
Yeah, I would agree with the Pat Pete thing. I still think they bring in someone to compete.
Mm-hmm.
I could see them trying to play KZ a little bit more down low if they think Owens is capable of taking a few reps at safety. Maybe they move KZ more into nickel, a more consistent nickel role. The Texans just took Jawar Jordan, running back from Louisville, out, very twitchy runner, not the fastest, but he's got twitch in the open field, hard to bring down one-on-one. It's a good pick for Houston this late. But no, I agree with what Corey had said about Patrick Peterson. That makes sense. There's still a lot of good corners out in free agency. I'm going to look up the remaining corners, but there's a lot of good names out there. If you were to name one free agent right after the draft, not undrafted free agent, but NFL free agent, what position do you think the Steelers would pursue first? Receiver, corner, another position? What position?
This is an easy one. I think they still bring Brian Allen in. Even though they got Frazier, that we got the man we wanted, I still think they bring him in. Just to actually teach Frazier what it means to be a professional. Show him the ropes, and then basically try to hold him off as long as he can, because Frazier's coming and he's going to start at some point. But I think it would ease the transition. And like I said, help mentor Frazier on how to be a professional.
I think this draft, having so many receivers getting taken, I mean, Tyler Boyd's price probably went down quite a bit.
Yeah,
definitely. And I'm not saying they will do that, but Khan is the type of GM that's like, look, here's our number. Whenever you feel like that's good enough for you, call us back. And
Jay's got a good point. What about Elijah Riley? As a nickel corner.
Elijah Riley's interesting. I'm not sure if he has enough athleticism to keep up with some of the more elite slot options in the NFL. But if you're talking to a guy, and the Steelers are in zone and concepts, and he's just kind of taking over a certain specific area, it's an interesting thought. I like Elijah Riley.
I could see where they could line up possibly in a dime concept and, drop Minka to the line and allow Elijah to play the free, especially if they're down near the goal line and they're limiting the amount of space that he has to cover. That way Minka can be more aggressive and, possibly make more plays that way.
For a 6'2" corner, Darius Rush has actually played a little bit of nickel as well.
What I was going to ask, could he possibly?
He's an X factor in all of this.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't really know what we're getting with him yet. Same with Dante Jackson, though. We see what they've done in Carolina, and we're basing our hopes off of what we've seen. But until we've actually seen what they can do with some starting time. But I do think Darius Rush is, he played great at South Carolina. He's done well as a professional so far. Right. I think he just deserves a little more playing time. It just hasn't gotten it simply because, of who's in front of him.
And with Khan and Tomlin, you can't really listen to them. They'll misdirect you, but there's always a little bit of truth. You got to watch what they do. They did talk about liking some internal options, even though they were alluding to the line. Clearly they didn't like their internal options on the line, but they haven't really gone too hard for that defensive back. So I just wonder if it is the Corey Trice and Darius Rush that they are higher on than they're kind of saying. And that's why we just haven't seen them who you would think they would take as far as a corner goes.
If I remember correctly, Elijah Riley has not been officially brought back yet. He is still an unrestricted free agent. He's available on the open market, as is Chandon Sullivan, which could be another guy the Steelers could consider bringing back. I really hope not, but someone
I know who I'd rather have.
Yeah. And I mean, Trent Thompson didn't play too bad last year either. So
no.
I mean,
yeah,
there is stuff
So we do have some safety options, which does make the Watts pick intriguing, knowing that they have these other options out there. What do they have in store for him? Where do they envision him playing?
Which maybe they're just scarred from all the injuries last year and just want some depth at this point, bodies that they don't have to call off the couch. like those practice squad guys.
Yeah. No, it's I think you guys were talking about in the live stream earlier. The league's going to have to do something with the scheduling to start to minimize the amount of the lack of talent that we're seeing because of attrition and injuries and things like that throughout a season. But by the time you get to the end of the season, half the teams in the league are down to their backup quarterback. That's not a good look for the league. They do not want that. They're not, $1 billion company is not going to stand for that for long. So they've got to find some kind of compromise where they're either giving up games or giving more players on the roster to, so that people can cycle in and out.
And Roy even said it, and then people have been talking about it for a while. Like, if something like the UFL does stick and wants to be the official, kind of like a minor league for the NFL, but just to keep players playing. So it's like you said, not players off the streets. They're in some type of game shape that it need be.
My personal opinion, Roger Goodell should be giving them money to help them get established, to help them along, because it's only going to help, what the NFL does. So they can have a symbiotic relationship. They don't have to be at odds at this, because it's not the nature of either one of them, and the way that everything's structured, they can have a symbiotic relationship and both can make out on it.
Exactly. Because if they're willing to try it with NFL Europe back in the day, why not try it with this league here?
I think NFL Europe would actually stick today. I think that there's enough interest that it would stick around today. If they could bring back the original teams and start to run with that, I think that they would find enough support to be able to make it happen.
Dylan Laub, running back from New Hampshire, off the board. We're starting to see a few more running backs go. I'm going to be out for about 5 minutes. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Corey and Chris will have it. If you're in the live chat, if you have any questions, bring them up, and we'll get to those questions as we wrap out the draft and get ready for a load of undrafted free agents. So hang on for just 1 second. These guys got you.
Absolutely. Keep coming with the questions. We'll keep going with it. We'll keep it rolling till Andrew can get back.
Who's been your favorite pick so far, Corey?
Frazier, by far. Shannon told me about him right at the very beginning of the draft process. I fell in love with him and had my crush going, and it just I was just low key about it. I didn't get as passionate about it as Shannon did. But no, I wanted him from day one. I would have taken Barton in round 1 because the value was there, and not to take Frazier at 20. Although, had the Steelers taken Frazier at 20, I would not have been unhappy.
Especially if the run of quarterbacks hadn't gone. So you did have all the tackles off the board, your corners and everything, like Quinyon Mitchell, if he had already been taken before the Steelers got there. And then, like you said, it just gets down to kind of the maybe Jackson Powers Johnson or Zach Frazier, and they just take who they wanted. I would have been okay with that.
Yeah. No, I was at one point during the first round when they had the option of Mitchell and Frazier, I was actually kind of rooting for Mitchell to be the pick. Or I'm sorry, not Frazier. Fautanu.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got a little bit of a story for that in a minute. But but when I was looking between the two of them, I actually wanted Mitchell at the time. But I'm happy that they took Fautanu. So I think that they have locked this line up for at least at least for another year or two until we got to figure out who the next guard is sliding in. But this group looks way better than it did coming into the draft. I'm excited to see Najee pound the rock. I'm excited to see what Jalen's going to be able to do. This is going to be a really, really fun offense to watch now.
Absolutely.
We've got proper blocking, and I think that's really going to help Russell Wilson, simply because at this stage in his career, he's not young and spry anymore. It doesn't mean that he's lost a step, but the more time we can give him behind that line to make a decision, the better off we are. And then if he's got to use his wheels to get out of trouble, he has that option. But no, I think we're going to start to see the Seattle Russell Wilson and not that Denver Russell Wilson.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and it's just finally, for the first time in a handful of years, a realistic possibility to be maybe not necessarily a top 10 offense, but right there knocking on that door and that 10 to 15 range finally. Top half of the league.
I fully expect that, I don't know when the bye week is, but I fully expect that after the bye week, we're going to be top 3 to 5 in rushing in
Oh, yeah.
the league. Because you noticed it over the last couple of years, even in Canada's terrible offense, where they would get to the break, they would come out, they would actually have some semblance of an offense and know how to, run it. So I'm kind of expecting the same with the rookies when they're coming in. Once they get some playing time in, and then the coaches come back to it and say, look, this is what you're seeing. Here's how we're going to do it differently. And then from there, it's just going to,
Oh, yeah.
it's
'Cause, I
going to
mean,
be fun to watch.
the line always takes the longest to catch up when the season starts.
Yeah.
And,
Yep.
with these rookies that'll possibly be starting day one, they'll get their bumps and bruises along the way. But like you said, once you get to about that bye week and then coming out of it, I just expect it to be last half of the season, a top 10 line.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So I'm sitting here thinking about this. We have Fa Utanu on the left, and then we've got Samalu on the left guard. We've got Frazier at center. We've got Daniels at right guard, and we've got Jones at right tackle. Darnell Washington beside him.
Yeah.
And, I mean, there's
even
some beef on that line.
And even like the last handful of games, Pat Fryermuth became a really good blocking tight end.
Yeah.
Like he did not have it for like 10 games, and then somewhere in that like last 5 to 7, he just turned it on.
I watched Penn State a lot, and when he was at Penn State, he was strictly a receiving tight end,
Right.
and I think he was still carrying a lot of that into the pros, where he maybe he just didn't put as much into the blocking portion that he thought he needed to, and then really made the effort to study that part of it. And no, you're right. When his blocking has gotten a lot better, and I don't think he gets enough credit for it.
Mm-hmm. But, and then just like, because Arthur Smith loves his like 11 personnel and stuff. So, I mean, you got Fryermuth and Darnell on the field at the same time with that line. I mean, either running back's going to be able to just fall for about 4 yards if they all get going.
So I'm going to go back to some of the questions here in the live chat. So Dylan A asked, isn't Brian Allen expensive? I don't actually know what his numbers are. I know I think he's coming off his rookie contract, isn't he?
Yeah, I believe so.
And well, for a starting center, I don't actually know what that is. Who do you usually use for your when you look for contracts and stuff like that? Sometimes I go to Spot Track.
That's who I usually use. They just to me the most consistent and reliable.
So let's check out what Brian Allen's contract is. Brian Allen, that was not his rookie contract. He had a rookie contract it was a second contract, and he was averaging 6 a year, signing bonus for 4, total of 10. So yearly, we could probably get him in the door at 8. It's going to depend on what they want for a signing bonus. I mean, he is coming off an injury, so that's going to diminish what he's going to be able to ask for. An 8 gives him a bump in his salary. And it also, if you can get it on 2 years, maybe you could get it at a total of 10 a year for 2 years. And then knowing that next year you're probably going to end up cutting him. So you try to front load it so you don't have to hit on the back end that you have to pay for next year.
Right.
Because knowing that he's coming in to simply be a coach, for lack of a better term, and fill a spot until, Frazier's ready. It does beg the question, is Allen going to be ready himself by the beginning of the year to do this?
And I mean, I wouldn't also be entirely surprised if on a much cheaper deal to kind of be that veteran presence. I mean, Mason Cole could end up coming back as well.
I don't have an issue with that. And I understand why they cut him. They needed to get some salary cap space to do it. I don't have a problem bringing him back, but we've got Allen. If we signed Allen, he would be coming off a knee injury. Frazier himself is still coming off an ACL.
Right.
Are the Steelers really going to start to load him with work? And,
I think the thing about him, it wasn't an ACL. It was just a
break.
Yeah, just a leg break. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think he should be fully healed or close to it by the time season starts, from what I think I read.
I know that he's been putting in field drills and
Yeah.
stuff like that. I just don't know how hard he's been running them.
Right.
So it'll be
and then-
interesting.
Tomlin loves, if he does fall in love with he's no Marquise Pouncey, but if he does love that rookie center, I mean, he will just ride with him.
I mean, I think that's how they're going to approach this. They're going to approach, because they tried it with Kendrick Green. It didn't quite work out as well.
Mm-hmm.
Kendrick Green had big shoes to fill. So I can understand why it didn't work out. Third rounder was probably a little late to try and convert into a day one starter, but I think that Frazier's the type of athlete that can actually do that.
Oh yeah.
So I wouldn't have any issues if Tomlin and Pat Meyer think he's ready, they're going to put him out there.
Exactly.
I would just be more concerned about him overworking his knee, because he's such an animal and wants to get back on the field that he may end up just ignoring his pain until it causes an issue. So that protecting him from himself would be a bigger issue to me.
Yeah.
So
and then staying with that, there's one question in here. How do you feel about the Steelers maybe starting 2 rookies on the O-line?
Well, that's interesting in itself. I think it's really going to depend on how well Pat Meyer can get these guys moving in the same direction, because not only is it 2 rookies on the O-line, everybody's learning a new offense now. So it's not just 2 rookies on the line; it's 5 people who have to learn a new offense. So I don't necessarily know if that's a negative at this point, because everybody's on the same page at the beginning and learning a new offense. So I wouldn't have any problems putting the rookies on the line,
because especially where Arthur Smith will run like outside zone, you've got these linemen you've been getting, especially with Frazier and Fa'utanu, that can get to that second level super quick. They can get outside super quick if they need to, especially Fa'utanu. Like you've got those players that are going to fit your scheme. Whereas, I mean, Dan Moore is Dan Moore.
And I think that if the Steelers are able to be successful in establishing a run game early in the season, it's going to take a lot of pressure off of having to learn the pass pro as fast. Because obviously there's a lot more nuance when you've got to learn the pass pro. So, but I definitely wouldn't be afraid of starting both rookies day one, knowing that everybody's got to learn a new offense.
Andrew, how do you feel? One of the questions they were just answering was, how do you feel about the Steelers possibly starting 2 rookies on the offensive line?
I'm not afraid of it, just because I think that they're going to be the top. They're going to be the best 5 guys available. Like we were talking about earlier, Brian Allen. If he's brought in, I don't think I would question the Steelers starting Brian Allen at the beginning of the year and letting Frazier get acclimated. And that may be a good thing just for the offensive line in general. Just a slower transition, smoother transition. Allen's played in different schemes. He knows the nuances, specifically the inside and outside zone, that's primarily going to be run by Arthur Smith and Pat Meyer. But I wouldn't be opposed to it if they're the top 5 guys. And I think by the end of the year, they definitely will be. Fa'utanu is ready to start. And I would say Frazier could start. These guys are both pretty ready overall. So I wouldn't rule out that possibility. What questions have you guys gotten to so far in the live chat? Because I know I've seen some.
It was that one. And then what was on you pick, Corey?
I think it was the one before that where we were talking about Brian Allen being expensive. We kind of went through some of the details that you were talking about. Yeah. And then the other one we were really talking about was who we thought might come in as a nickel corner off the free agent market. And I think you were here for that one.
Yeah.
So.
For what it's worth, the Steelers talked to Cameron Sutton last week, which is kind of funny. I don't envision the Steelers bringing him back. I really hope not. But it's not out of the question.
If this situation isn't as bad as everybody says it is, or if somehow the legal system isn't going to make this as big a deal as everybody seems to have, then is he really off the market?
Yeah, like he is. Well, I don't know if he's off. I know the Lions straight up cut him. Like he can be signed today if they wanted to.
So I wonder if there's going to be anything handed down from the NFL though, in terms of a suspension for just because they don't like the optics. Of this. They don't want to have to deal with a headache like this. So typically they'll punish somebody simply because they've had to deal with it.
Which, I mean, he probably will start the season off on some type of suspension. I mean, I can't even. I mean, I know it got dropped to a misdemeanor and everything, but like I still can't imagine that. Like you said, they don't.
It's extremely fortunate he's even on the street right now.
Yep.
Yeah, when you're talking about some of these other guys that are still available on the free agent market, you're looking at Stephon Gilmore, a guy who he could be another one of those veterans that somehow happens to slide to the inside. Kawan Williams, another veteran. Eli Apple, he's an outside guy. Fabian Moreau has some versatility. There was a guy I saw earlier on this list that I thought was interesting. Logan Ryan's getting a little bit older. I wouldn't necessarily pursue him. Javelin Guidry's an interesting name. He's been more of a special teamer than anything else. If you're talking about athletic traits, the guy's got a ton of speed, a ton of athleticism. If you want a guy just to go in there and compete with some of the straight line athletes that line up in the slot, he can match up with speed really well, and he'd be on the cheap. I think maybe the most interesting name available, just because of his experience and his ability to play different coverages, would be a guy like Xavier Howard and moving him inside and seeing how that would work.
Yeah.
And I still wouldn't rule out moving Dante Jackson to the inside. He's not the biggest corner. I know he hasn't played a ton of it at the NFL level, a little bit of it in college, but primarily outside there too. But nothing about his game says he can't play in the slot. I think he honestly matches up best against smaller receivers. When he faces against smaller X's or Y's on the outside, he's done fine. And on the inside, I mean, he's got the speed, he's got the twitchiness, he's got all of the traits that would say he could be a good nickel corner.
Yeah.
I get the rule of thumb, you don't usually move the vet, but.
And that's where the X factor of like the Corey Trice comes in, because if he is healthy and hits the expectations that a lot of people have, then yeah, I think he would push Jackson inside. And like, once again, there's your like internal options, the Steelers kind of like that they will never allude to, but.
Cedric Johnson is off the board now, another edge rusher. Looking here and seeing that toward the end of the round 6, we had some interesting names. We've had some interesting names come off the board. We mentioned Will Reichard, the kicker. We had another kicker go, Josh Carty to the Rams. Dylan Lobb from New Hampshire, running back. Wasn't the most efficient this past year, but he's got some upside. This is the Browns. I love this pick of Nathaniel Watson, the linebacker from Mississippi State. He is the first player in SEC history to lead the conference in sacks and tackles in the same year.
That's crazy.
He had 10 sacks and 100, and I don't know how many tackles. He racked up a ton of tackles this past year for Mississippi State. He's not the most athletically gifted guy I believe at 233 pounds, he ran a 4.63. It could be worse. It's not, that elite sideline to sideline speed that you're looking for. But in the right system, man, I tell you what, this guy's got a future ahead, I think. He's got great instincts. He finds the football. He's just one of those guys that we talk about this every year. There's always guys that fall to day 3, maybe a lack of athleticism or whatever the case, but they're smart. They have those intangibles, and they're going to find a way to carve out a long NFL career. I see Watson's a guy that's going to stick around for a while, and the Browns could use some depth at inside linebacker. That is an excellent pick for them.
Right. Brendan Rice is still available. That's crazy.
It's insane. I was hoping Malik Washington would have been considered at that first pick when he was still available for the Steelers. I believe wasn't he still available before the first 6th round pick with Logan Lee? I think.
I guess.
Yeah, I think so.
I was amazed to see that he was still available that late.
I would have been fine double dipping there. I mean, the guy is very reminiscent of Steve Smith Sr., and he watches a lot of tape on him, and that's kind of who he models his game after. The guy's got the work ethic. And this past year, I mean, even going back to Northwestern, they didn't use him a ton because their passing game was so horrible.
Right.
But this past season, he finally got to play on display what he was made of, and he looked good. Since I thought of Virginia, how about Brennan Armstrong? That's another name, a transfer guy who could be available undrafted. Brennan Armstrong is an interesting name.
I might stash him on the practice squad, being a lefty. You'd have to set up you'd have to switch your line around to be able to accommodate a left-handed quarterback full time.
Well, if Fautanu starts at left tackle, you really wouldn't have to move too much around.
No, that is true.
He's been the starting left tackle for Michael Penix the last 2 years.
John Funker asked the questions, are the Steelers the clear Super Bowl favorites now?
Every single year.
Every single
year until they're mathematically eliminated.
I like that answer.
Yep.
How do you rate? Let's see. Rainer Zetner. How do you rate how the Steelers drafting did? Grade overall A. You guys?
I give it an A. I mean, what was it? The McCormick pick that was like their first pick, where it was kind of not a reach, but like a couple picks ahead of where he was on the big board, whereas everybody else like just completely fell to them. I mean, the fact that they up to this point have not had one trade and got Fautanu, Frazier, Roman Wilson, and the other Wilson. Like, I mean, whatever they do after that point, I was just like, it's not going to ruin my draft. They can still do some head scratchers, don't get me wrong, but nothing would sour my draft after those first 4 picks.
Yeah, when I was putting together the top 30 visit article and saw Logan Lee's name on there, I had to at least do a little bit of research on him. And so when I saw that they took him, I was driving back home from Richmond, and I saw the ticker come up on the phone for the Steelers website that they took him, and I was like, well, that's good. It's no surprise they needed a defensive tackle. So, I'm thoroughly happy with the draft that they've got. I don't know if you guys remember A Christmas Story when Ralphie takes his paper up to the front and in his head he's sitting there thinking that the teacher's gonna get up and turn around and write an A plus 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 plus, and that's about how I feel about this draft. They knocked this one out of the park again, and I want to thank Andy Weidel for his service now, because I fully expect him to have a GM job next year, doing his own thing. We're not going to be able to keep him. He's just, he's too good.
I know.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say now, because I was told to keep it under wraps at the time last year, but I actually got to meet Andy Weidel last year.
Oh, that's awesome.
So chill guy, love him.
And I mean, he's from Pittsburgh too, so not saying he won't leave, but he might stick around until he gets but just might be the kind of guy that just takes any GM job.
Sure.
But just wants to get in a good situation and doesn't care to wait it out here.
Right.
I would definitely hope for that.
I thought he would be gone after last year when some of these GM spots came open. I'm surprised we got him for another year like we did. Yeah. So
yeah, our personnel department did a great job this year. Great job.
I know he's got a soft spot for Pittsburgh in his heart, but yeah, he deserves an opportunity.
Oh yeah,
to be the GM.
Yeah, definitely.
If he does go, who takes his role? Do we see Cody White's dad, potentially Sheldon White, move up to that role? Do we see maybe the name is slipping me. The guy who always has the hot takes that ESPN likes to talk about a lot. Why can't I think of his name? He was a guy who was very much against the idea of the CTE and the brain injuries. Man, why can't I think of his name? Merrill Hodge. Merrill Hodge. That would be an interesting name. I know they brought Ike Taylor back into the fold.
Yeah.
He'd have to come back because he wants to do it for the love of the team, because obviously working in media.
An interesting one, which, speaking of ESPN, I think he'd rather just come into a GM job immediately, but they've interviewed him as Louis Riddick.
I love Louis Riddick. And the only reason I wouldn't like it is because I wouldn't be able to hear his draft analysis on draft night. And I
get it. Yeah.
But he's a
brilliant mind. He's got a good head on his shoulders.
And it says a lot when the last 2 years, when other people were more critical of, how the front office aligned, but the one constant was that Louis Riddick was very complimentary of the Steelers drafts.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, he's thinking along the similar lines. I haven't agreed with him on everything. He liked the Deontay Johnson pick at the time. I wasn't the biggest fan, and there were other receivers I wanted instead. But I mean, overall, he's got a mindset similar to what the Steelers already have in the front office. So I'm glad you mentioned him, because if you hadn't have, I would have mentioned him.
Mm-hmm.
I really like him as well. The Baltimore Ravens quarterback, Devin Leary.
I know.
NC State transfer.
And they just, one of those college quarterbacks that had that one solid year, and then you're just waiting for the next step, and it just never.
2 years ago, we were talking about him as a potential first-round pick at some point.
Yeah.
35 touchdowns, 5 picks. This guy's going to light the world on fire, be a Heisman candidate. And
exactly.
Here he is in the 6th round.
Like, it's, which, I mean,
maybe they're just trying to find a diamond in the rough that can actually beat the Steelers, because, I mean, Lamar Jackson can't.
Here's another question in the live chat. Can the Steelers have 2,000-yard rushers this season?
Absolutely.
I thought they were going to have 2,000-yard rushers last season. They should definitely have it this year.
It's not hard, and with a 17-game season, if it's a somewhat balanced backfield, which I expect it to be after what we saw last year, it's pretty hard not to.
Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
They get that run game down. It's going to be a run-centric offense. Absolutely. I mean, they're actually going to need Jalen more this year to spell Najee, because they're both going to be running their wheels off.
Another one of our faithful in the live chat, Steel Dog 88. This is a good question that I wanted to bring up. With the restructure of Highsmith's contract, what do you think that extra money is set up for? Corey, I'll start with you.
I mean, I think they're on the phone with the Niners for either one of Ayuk or Deebo Samuel. So I think they've got that money set aside. I don't, maybe even Cortland Sutton, either one of those three. I think they're bringing in one of those three guys, or at least lining up to. I guess we'll find out here after the draft. I think there was a comment on one of my articles about, I think it was from Kyle Kreis, actually. He mentioned that we were talking about day 2, and if they hadn't taken a receiver then, that they might look to the Niners to possibly sign one of those guys. And I think that even if they did get Roman Wilson, they're still going to look at that avenue, because I think that Omar Khan he is strictly committed to making sure that this roster is built to whatever standards it needs to be to get back to the playoffs and win a game or two. I think that I think that they're sick of settling for mediocrity finally, and I think they're ready to do whatever it takes to get out of it.
I tend to think that the Steelers are definitely on the phone for some receiver. I'm not the biggest fan of Cortland Sutton, just because his cap hit compared to the production.
Same.
Just not a fan. He's got some injury history as well, and he's not as versatile as the San Francisco guys. I think you can do more with a Deebo or Ayuk. What would you guys think of bringing in a guy like Tyler Lockett? We talked about last night how his game compares very well to that of Roman Wilson, and talking about a mentor for Roman Wilson, as well as a guy who has that continuity with Russell Wilson. Is that a guy that you would consider at least calling Seattle? I know that those trade rumors were kind of put to bed. Lockett was like, I'm a Seahawk, all that. Do you think the Steelers would at least throw out the net and see if they could lure him away from Seattle, considering they already have 2 proven receivers in Jackson Smith and Jigba and DK Metcalf already?
Yeah, I mean, I think the restructuring of the contract is to make money for a receiver. I don't know what receiver that will be, but absolutely. I think that Tyler Lockett could be a possibility. I mean, the familiarity with Russ, and like you said, to kind of mentor Roman a little bit, or just to get them a more complement outside, I guess, because I think Roman will be your slot guy, as just kind of how it stands now. But, I mean, I think a receiver's coming in. I'd almost say Deebo over Ayuk at this point, because, I mean, Debo's got, 2 years left on his contract, or 3? Whereas if Ayuk comes in, you're going to have to give him that $30 million contract a year that he's probably going to want. And Debo's contract sort of aligns with their win now. Like Siamalu's got 2 years left. You got Russ on that 1-year contract. Fields probably going to get like a 2 or 3 year extension, as opposed to picking up the franchise tag. And like I said, Debo's got those couple years or whatever, whereas Ayuk, you're going to have to give him that $32 million, $34 million contract a year that he's going to want. And I don't know if Pittsburgh necessarily wants to do that.
You've brought up a good point with the way the contracts are structured and the way that they're looking at this, rebuild in 2 different stages. And I think they're looking at it in a 2-year window and then a longer term window. 2 years with, if they can get Russell Wilson on the same page with everybody, if they can get this team and, generate the offense that they need to get this team to where in the rebuild to where it's accelerated. They have 2 years now. Can they get a deep run in the playoffs within the next 2 years? And then I think that's going to determine what the extensions that everybody's going to get from this first wave, from Russell Wilson, from Daniels, from Sayamalu, whether they're going to extend those guys or not. And then the longer term would be if for some reason that falls short, then they take a look at Justin Fields. They, revamp the line how they need to longer term to be able to set up to close the transition window from one to the other as fast as possible.
Yeah.
When you're looking at some of these players that have been recently taken, just to update our listeners on the most previous picks that have happened, we mentioned Dylan Laub, the running back that was off the board. We have a little run on kickers here. Joshua Carty, we mentioned. Now Cam Little going to the Jaguars. Jaguars were a team in need of a kicker. That's a good pick for them. Cam Little doesn't have the biggest leg, but one of the more accurate kickers in this draft. Kamal Haddon, another corner from Tennessee, going to the Kansas City Chiefs. Christian Mahogany, I'm surprised he fell this far. He is one of the last guys we had a third-round grade on the FFSN draft board. A lot of people thought he was going to go much higher. And before we continue on with that, I wanted to mention I missed this pick in the 4th round. Giovanni Manu from British Columbia going to the Detroit Lions. Like I love.
They traded up for him too.
There was a lot of hype surrounding him. I thought he was probably gonna go 5th, 6th round just because there's so much projection with his game. But I tell you what, it's pretty hard to be 6'7", 352 and run a 5.06 in the 40. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah. And then I think you were talking about him yesterday, the cornerback from the CFL, Stingley.
Yeah, Quantas Stiggers.
Yeah, he got picked right around the Steelers.
Right before the Steelers. Yeah.
Did the Jets take him, I think?
Yeah. What was that?
Did the Jets take him? Was it the Jets or someone else? Either way, he went right before the Steelers pick.
Yeah, I don't know that would change the Steelers selection necessarily, but hang on, Quantas Stiggers. Wait, I was looking back in the 4th round. Didn't go that high. Stiggers. Looking, let's see, it was before that. So Walter Rouse was a pick before that. So it would have been the back end of the 5th round when he was taken. The last pick, that would have been, the New York Jets took Quantas Stiggers. That's an excellent pick. Excellent pick. That point in the draft. He has starting potential.
So but the Jaguars took a kicker, right?
Yes.
We could have swiped them a pick for Matthew Wright.
I would have been for that.
At least he's got some
Leonard
familiarity
Taylor's still
there.
available. MJ Devonshire. That's true. After Christian Mahogany, we mentioned Haddon Little. Jordan Whittington, wide receiver from Texas, going to the Los Angeles Rams. Cedric Johnson, the edge rusher, talented edge rusher from Ole Miss, going to the Bengals. Bengals adding another pass rusher. Jarrett Kingston, guard from USC, going to San Francisco. Bo Limmer, Arkansas center. Many people had going late day 2, early day 3. Went to the Los Angeles Rams. And then Devin Leary, as we mentioned a minute ago, quarterback from Kentucky, coming to the AFC North with the Baltimore Ravens. Finishing out round 6, Daquan Hardy from Penn State, one of our nickel options we were talking about a minute ago, off the board. And Elijah Klein, a guard from UTEP, finishes out round 6. And we're into round 7. What is one thing that you guys are looking for at the end of this round? Do we see a run on any position? Is there any guy that you have you're kind of highlighting right now that you think is going to be off the board for sure by the time we're done with this round?
Not maybe a run, but I can see a few of these quarterbacks going to this teams. This because pretty much you're going to just take that last position of need this round, get a guy you are unsure you might be able to sign as an undrafted free agent or whatever. So I can see a couple of these quarterbacks getting picked just to guarantee that 3rd or 4th camp arm for some of these teams.
Wow, there are definitely some names on this list that I would have thought gone a lot higher. Fabian Lovett, the defensive tackle from Florida State. Obviously, we were talking about MJ Devonshire. Bo Braid, the safety from Maryland. I would have thought he would have gone in that 4th, 5th range. Brendan Rice is obviously still on the list. Leonard Taylor III. And then one of the late round picks that I'm hoping the Steelers pick up, UDFA, would be a defensive tackle from Baylor, Gabe Hall. Mm-hmm. He's got experience playing the nose in a 3-4. And, I think that's a position that the Steelers low key want to have on the roster, but it's such a low need position because it's a 2-down position and you don't really have a lot of flexibility to put the player anywhere else. So it's not really a position that they've committed to getting the correct player for. They've tried some guys in the past, and it just hasn't quite worked out. But I think that one of my other draft crushes was Tavondre Sweat up until he ended up getting his DUI. And then he ended up going early anyways. I thought he was going to last until 98 and we might have a chance to get him there. And he went way before that. The talent's undeniable, but you got to kind of wonder about somebody who makes a decision to get a DUI when, the entire world's watching them in the pre-draft process. You kind of wonder about their character when they're making a foolish decision like that, but he's still gonna get a chance, and I think he's gonna do great. The only real question I would have had with him was that just a blip on the radar, or is there bigger character concerns? Because everything else about him was great. He's a massive dude, but then you start to hear the stories about him possibly eating himself out of the league because he's such a big guy. And I don't know. It's a polarizing type of player, especially with everything surrounding him.
Right.
Travis Clayton, one of the other English tackles. I had him 151 overall on the big board. Athletic dude, 6'7", 301. Lands with the Buffalo Bills at the beginning of the 7th round. So that's a good pick for them. Another guy probably start off on the practice squad, but with that international program the NFL put on, it's not going to count against their roster either. So by bringing him in, no risk, high reward with Travis Clayton. Truly no risk in this case. What do you guys feel about this new international program the NFL has and trying to get talent from elsewhere? Do you think this is something that's going to grow in future years?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, just look at when the NFL games in Europe and stuff that they have. I mean, we here wake up at 9:30 to watch it or whatever, and I mean the stadiums are packed and stuff. Like, it is more than just an American sport now. And then the way the game is played now, rugby and stuff translates not super well, but well enough that they can become projects and actually have a successful type of career if they get in the right system with the right coaches and stuff. So I think it'll stick and actually grow some.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we were having the conversation about whether NFL Europe would survive today, and it definitely would. And then if it were to, then you could start to grow a lot more interest in the game, get a lot bigger pool of players to choose from, and who choose to come over and play the game. But I think it's a good thing. It's growing the game around the world. We've got to do something to start competing with soccer, as the biggest sport in the world, because American football is better.
Michael Martin asked, when are we signing Xavier Howard?
Tomorrow. First thing.
I'd be for it. Also says with Dory Jackson. Someone who mentioned when we were talking about potential people to replace Andy Weidel. No.
I second the no.
Third.
I think the worst business decision Mike Tannenbaum ever made was going to ESPN and doing mock drafts, showing what his draft board would look like. I have absolutely zero interest after seeing what his board looks like in these kind of grade A mock drafts. They kind of got rid of the grade A mocks for a while. They've kind of rebranded it a little bit, but that's still something that Tannenbaum does, kind of playing the GM for every team. And I'm like, man, I'm glad that you're not a general manager right now in the NFL.
Now, if someone else in the AFC North wants to take him, I'm all for it.
I would second that.
Just the edge from Notre Dame, Javonte Jean-Baptiste, went to the Commanders. 222.
He's got length. That's a good fit for him. Jean-Baptiste. Steel Dog 88 asked if there's any undrafted free agent punters the Steelers might bring in. Not the biggest fan of Cameron Johnston. I'm gonna have to get out my punter list, so give me a second. I didn't think anyone would ask a question about punters for the Steelers specifically. But let me pull out my punter rankings. It sounds so weird to have punter rankings too.
The NFL.com only has 3 punters listed.
What 3 punters
Ryan
did they have?
Reckow from BYU, Austin McNamara from
Yeah.
Texas Tech, and Matthew Hayball from Vanderbilt.
Yeah, I don't think any punters have been taken. Torrey Taylor from Iowa is slightly my highest rated punter. He's a bigger guy. He's like 6 foot, 240, 245. So maybe the Steelers still have PTSD from Presley Harvin, and they don't want to go that same route. But he's got a big leg. He's just got to learn to land balls inside without too many touchbacks. He leads, I believe, he led the FBS by a good margin in touchbacks this past season. So that's concerning. Of course, you have to give him some grace considering that Iowa's punting the ball 15 times a game. So he has plenty of opportunities for touchdowns.
Actually, he was a punter for Iowa, right?
Yeah.
I think he did get drafted. I think
he?
Yeah. Because
Okay.
I didn't notice it, but I forget who was in here, but someone made a joke about him being the best offensive player for Iowa.
Bears.
Yeah.
The Bears drafted Torrey Taylor.
Yeah.
So he is off the board. Matthew Hayball is my second-rated punter in this draft. He is a smaller but much more precise kicker, and I believe his average this past year was like 47.1 yards per punt, which is solid. He didn't have that many punts under 38 yards. Like he had a good. His punts he has a pretty good floor in terms of not shanking too many. He's got good accuracy. Landed. I need to look up the stats of how many he landed inside the 20, but I know that number was up. Austin McNamara would be third. Ryan Reckow would be 4. And then Ryan Sandburn from Texas. You look at different rankings all over the place. I've seen him as low as 11. Some other places have him higher. I have him at 5. He's got a lot of upside as a punter. It's just consistency with him. Even if you saw it down Texas championship run as they got to the semifinals of the playoffs, there were times in that stretch going in the championship game, have a huge punt, and then the next one, a little wobbly. So it's just got to become more accurate, more consistent, but he's got the leg for it. Brendan Rice is now off the board. Los Angeles Chargers.
Wow. 225.
Jerry Rice going to former San Francisco head coach.
He'll be happy about that.
Mm-hmm. There's a good landing spot for him, and he's going to get an opportunity to play some on the outside unless they bring somebody else in. He's going to get playing time.
No, I think the Chargers were banking on this year's wide receiver draft class and being able to pick a couple up. You know, I mean, with the way that the Williams contracts both came down, like they were going to have to do something. So, like, I think that this was probably the best draft to do that in.
Yeah.
McConkey was a great pick in the second round. He's gonna be a target monster this upcoming year.
I just can't wait to see how Harbaugh can unlock Herbert because I don't think we've seen the best of him yet.
No.
I can almost guarantee you my way too early mock draft that'll be coming out in the next couple weeks. I can almost guarantee that Colston Loughlin or Will Johnson from Michigan, one of those two guys is going to be mocked to the Chargers next year in the first round. A mock. Those are two ballers for Michigan. Loveland was really the top pass catching weapon, even over Roman Wilson in the offense this past year. He's going to be probably a first round pick, probably the top tight end in next year's class. He can block some too. And you know that Harbaugh is going to appreciate that. And Will Johnson, just put him out on an island. He's a lockdown corner.
Yeah.
Let's see. Do we have anyone else? I think that was the last question. Someone commented Darius Rush in the live chat. I think that was when we were still finishing up the talk about adding corners. As it pertains to wide receiver, is there anyone else outside of Tyler Boyd? Tyler Boyd's the popular name. He's a guy I'd love to bring in. Is there anyone else sitting out in free agency at wide receiver that would be somewhat affordable? Hunter Renfro's a name that is, if I remember correctly, is still available. Are there any other guys out there that you would be intrigued by bringing in as a depth receiver, kind of that wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3?
I'm looking at free agents now. Hang on. I don't know if Hunter Renfrow would be a guy right now since we just got Roman Wilson. Because, I mean, I know they're a little different, but I mean,
He's a slower version of
Yeah.
Roman Wilson.
is Michael Pittman Jr. still a free agent?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't a free agent. They extend, or
They-
you're right. They extended him 3 years, I believe.
Okay, so they did. Okay.
Yeah. Odell, please no.
Yeah.
I mean, Allen Robinson's still out there.
He could be back.
Hey, if
DJ
it's a-
Shark.
Michael
Or-
Thomas, how does that sound, knowing his injury history? Take a flyer on him or no?
at the right price, I'd absolutely take a flyer.
Right
on him.
price.
Yeah.
I mean,
I would say he's probably going to garner the same amount of money as what a Tyler Boyd would, and Boyd's a couple years younger, so I'd probably give the edge to Tyler Boyd of the two, but I wouldn't be opposed to it. Jamal Agnew, the converted corner, he's got the speed. McCole Hardman's still available. I don't think the Steelers are necessarily looking at a speed option at this point, like we talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
Steelers got a lot of speed at wide receiver right now.
how do you feel about Michael Gallup? I don't love him, but it's one of those things. Right price, I can be talked into about any receiver.
Yeah.
He may be a slight upgrade from a Van Jefferson, but I don't know if you want him as a guy who's going to start the year off as your wide receiver 2 as
Right.
Roman Wilson gets acclimated.
Oh, wait. Perfect. There he
Randall
is.
Cobb.
Yeah, perfect. I got the perfect solution. Chase Claypool.
Brilliant.
Then we can trade him to the Bears again.
I think if he plays in Canada, he,
This time we're going to demand a first-round pick, though. They got away with it way too easy.
that poor guy.
I swear, if Ryan Poles ever makes another move with the Steelers again, Bears fans are going to be livid.
Yeah, what's the saying? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Fool me 3 times, you're fired.
Oh man. Yeah, I don't understand. I can't. I wouldn't even answer a 412 area code if I'm Ryan Poles. No way. Get away from me.
And then the fact that if Russell Wilson plays like we expect him to, you're just going to get Justin Fields for a 6th-round pick because he won't hit 51% of the snaps.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
it's just highway robbery twice.
yeah. That's taking off the white glove before you slap him in the face with it.
Yeah.
Scotty Miller is still available. He was kind of a flash in the pan, but he's got some true speed. Wide receiver from Bowling Green. Familiar with him.
And I think I saw Mercole Hardman is available still too.
Yep.
And I mean, he wouldn't be. I can't imagine him being too expensive that you could take a flyer on.
I believe Seattle snagged Laviska Shenault, but he would have been an interesting piece.
Mhm. But
He's an interesting case to me. I don't know if he's ever really played up to his capabilities.
I just think with the cap space cleared, that it's going to be either like a Tyler Boyd, since they can come closer to. He'll probably have to come down a little bit from his asking price, but the Steelers can kind of not make it drop too far now, or go for like a Cortland Sutton or Debo or one of these other wide receivers that are wanting to get out of their situation.
I think that Boyd's probably 1A with Ayuk possibly like a 1B in their mind right now. You know, whether they actually can go the Ayuk route because of the 49ers are asking too much. You know, I think that would be the only thing that's really preventing this from going down right now.
Because like not only are they asking for much, you're gonna have to give him that contract extension he wants too.
Yeah. And that's the kicker is what are they going to have? Are they going to be paying that contract when all of a sudden, if Russell balls out, they're going to have to give him a contract, you know? And it just becomes they're going to have to make Khan's good because he's the contract guy, but like, I don't know if he's that good to where he's going to be able to keep that many stars with big contracts. You know, no team can do that.
Because at some point, we are going to have to pay a franchise quarterback money.
Yep.
Whether that's in the next couple of years or if the plan they have now works out where it's like Wilson for a year, then you maybe get a couple, 2-3 years of Fields on like whatever kind of a contract extension they could work out. But if he happens to pop off and that is your franchise quarterback, you're going to have to pay him at some point.
So let's do a hypothetical here. Let's say 2 years in now, Russell Wilson has been serviceable but not great, and the Steelers are at the point where they gave him a 1-year extension that wasn't quite worth the money. They turned to Fields, and he balls out after 1 year. So you're talking 3 years out. So what kind of an extension would you actually give Fields at that age if he plays well enough? What makes sense? What kind of numbers would you talk? 5-year contract, knowing, because most franchise quarterbacks you want to lock up long term, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. But with somebody who's been on his second team, who's into another contract, third contract, what kind of numbers do you give one?
I don't know, because I mean, at that point, we're talking like 2 years from now. I mean, I figure Justin Herbert will have his extension. Like, the quarterback market is going to be reset, and absolute. Like,
we're probably looking at like 45 to 50 mil a year cap hit.
Like that. I'm just glad.
This is why something with the contracts has to budge, because this is just it's unsustainable. Like, where does this stop? It's going to get to the point where just teams cannot afford good quarterbacks.
That's why if I'm the Steelers, especially after this year, if Fields doesn't see a ton of playing time, I would bring him back for a minimum of 2 years at least, not just a 1-year deal, to where at least if he does ball out his first year and you want to extend him, you have more flexibility to kind of manipulate the cap a little bit and have that cap hit, bring a little bit of that cap hit into that next year, to where you have a little bit of relief toward the end of the contract.
Like, I think his franchise tag is supposed to be like $25 million or whatever. You just have like a 3-year extension where it guarantees like that $25 million or something.
Yeah.
I think that would be like a steal you could get. And then, if he does pop off those 2 or 3 years, he's going to get quite a payday, but at least you'd have those 2 or 3 years of flexibility of him playing at that level before you have to, just open the checkbook, sign your name, and tell him to fill in the number.
Yeah.
Victor Hall brings up, any chance we draft Hugh Janus out of TCU? Well, unless the Steelers trade back in, the Steelers are done drafting. But he is a
I feel like
does
this
anyone
guy
know
knows
anything
me.
about Hugh Janus?
Funny story. I go to Buffalo Wild Wings and play trivia there, and that's my alter ego on the trivia board.
Hugh Janus. A big target sometimes.
Wide receiver.
If you're listening in the live chat on YouTube, if you want a shout out on the show, drop a like and then type in the comment section like. We'll give you a free shout out on the show. So make sure you drop a like, share this with your friends, of course, on social media. Tell the news about Steel Curtain Network as well as Fans First Sports Network, regardless of what team your friends may be a fan of. Yes, it's okay if you associate with other fans that are not Steelers fans, though it is your job to convert them, right? But drop a like and let us know that you dropped a like in the comment section, and we will give you a shout out on our stream before we close everything out in round 7. Guys, there's still some good players available. Tyler Owens is a guy we haven't talked much about, but athletic safety from Texas Tech. He pulled a muscle when he was running the 40-yard dash at the combine. But based upon his jumps, I think it would have been a fast 40. And this guy's a big dude. 6'2", 216, had a 41-inch vertical jump and a 12'2" broad jump.
12-2.
If you want a traits guy, this is the guy that you should be pursuing and going after.
Wow. Yeah, those are some crazy numbers.
The Browns take Miles Harden, corner from South Dakota.
Oh, no, there goes Devonshire.
Devonshire's gone?
Yeah, he went to the Raiders.
229?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, ESPN's a little bit behind now. The picks are coming in really fast for them. They had a little memoriam segment for some of their colleagues that passed away, which is weird not having Chris Mortensen on draft.
Yeah. I always remember watching him, and he was always really good. Really liked him.
Loved Mortensen.
Yep.
Nick Samac, center from Michigan State, off the board to the Ravens. He's a solid pick at this point in the draft. Another guy who just missed the top 200, but Devonshire. AJ Woods is still there, though. He's a guy who's immediate projection to the slot, and he tested really well at the Pitt Pro Day. So he and Sean Stevens still there. I've got to think Steelers would at least look at one of them. Do you think there's any chance the Steelers take a running back here with Blake Watson still on the board? Do you think there's any chance the Steelers would bring in someone like that as an extra bit of competition for Cordero Patterson, just pushing the veteran? Or even Connor Hayward, I would say that with the new addition of the tight end that was brought in from Atlanta, Michael Pruitt, that puts a little bit of fire under Connor Hayward as well. He doesn't have a guaranteed roster spot anymore.
Right.
I think that their position designation being flexible is on purpose, for roster decisions like this. If you need to bring in another running back, being able to move Cordarrelle Patterson over to wide receiver to put the running back in the room, it gives them that flexibility. Same with Hayward. You play fullback, which they don't have a real fullback. They could designate him a fullback or H-back, or whatever term you want to use. And I think it gives them some flexibility in that aspect, being able to dress players during game day and things like that.
If they were to sign a running back, the two I would kind of be interested in are Cody Schrader from Missouri or Dylan Johnson from Washington.
Dylan Johnson, they had in for a visit. So, no, I'm sorry, he did not come in.
Yeah.
He was supposed to with Penix, and they never did.
Mm-hmm.
But they had planned to bring him in, so that one wouldn't surprise me.
Just the way he runs, but Washington had a very good offensive line, and if we have a good offensive line, he could just kind of be in that, not the poor man's Jalen or the poor man's Najee, but he could just run really well. Like, he's a good runner behind a good line. He's a product of the line, it seems like, but
it'll be really interesting to see what Kalen DeBoer does at Alabama this year with that line. Being able to, I'm not sure if he brought his line coach over with him or not, but they seem primed to reload, not rebuild, and we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, losing Saban is something, but when your drop off is a guy who doesn't even have 10 career losses on all levels of football he's coached.
Oh yeah. Yeah, legit.
Yeah.
There was probably a lot of naysayers in Tuscaloosa for a while because they're like, "Who is this dude?" But no, the guy is a winner.
His worst season ever was at Fresno State, and it was only 4 losses.
Yeah, yeah. The coaches would kill for that kind of record.
I know. Trust me, I'm in West Virginia. If Neil Brown goes 9-4, they're ready to have a parade for him.
It's been interesting being a Penn State fan. I'm about a half hour from Charlottesville. There's also a ton of Virginia Tech fans and West Virginia fans. We're kind of right in the middle of all of it. So, trying to be a Penn State fan, and it's sad we missed playing you guys. What was it, 2 years ago?
It picks back up to that this year.
Yeah. It'll be cool to watch that.
I bet you're excited for the expanded playoff.
Is that the only way we're going to get in?
Under James Franklin, probably.
You're not wrong. No, I want to see what Kotelnicki can do with the offense. Coming over from Kansas, they were averaging 30 points a game. I think they're
y'all did get a stud offensive coordinator. Working under Lance Leipold.
Yeah, and then having Nick Singleton and Katron Allen run the ball. Boy, that's they're going to be pretty good this year. Running the ball. I'm not so sure. I'm not sold on Aller yet. I'm really not. Everybody wants to hype him up.
I know one of your other QB prospects for next year.
I think the backup Pribula is set up to do better with Kotelnicki's offense. So it'll be interesting to see how long of a leash they give Aller.
Yeah.
Jaheim Bell, one of the best players remaining on the board, is now off to the New England Patriots. That's a good
pickup. That's a good fit.
Very much. He's a guy that kind of tapered off from a couple years ago, but you talk about a guy who's got a lot of talent. He's not the prototype tight end, but he can lie in the slot. He's a mismatch, and he's not a great in-line blocker, but you put him out in the slot, he can bully those nickels. So here's an interesting player, and hang on for a second. I want to get up. I want to make sure I have all the information up that I need. But just as a recap on picks, Miles Harden going to the Browns, Nick Samac, center from Michigan State, going to the Ravens, Devin Shire, the corner from Pitt, going to the Raiders, Michael Juergens, center from Wake Forest, going to the Vikings, Jaheim Bell, 10 from Florida State. Keaton Slovis is another name that's mentioned. That's still there. The pick connection is Keaton Slovis, a guy that you could see the Steelers bringing in.
What are we talking? Keaton Slovis, the preseason Heisman favorite that fell
from a few years back? Yeah.
Where did that go?
Transferred to Pitt, played at Pitt, and then transferred to BYU. Didn't have a ton to work with, but this past year actually had a solid season. And then he ran really fast in the 40, and now people are like, oh, maybe this guy actually has some hidden, untapped athleticism we can dive into.
I'll be honest, Andrew. I really haven't looked a lot at Keaton Slovis because of that whole situation where he's transferred a lot. What are his biggest strengths? What are his weaknesses?
His footwork and presence inside the pocket. He's best inside the pocket. I know he has the athleticism, and he didn't use it that much. He sometimes, once he gets out of the pocket, he's not that great throwing on the run. His accuracy dips. But if you're talking just prototype pocket passer, guy who can make accurate throws in between the numbers, Keaton Slovis can do that. His footwork is about as clean as any quarterback prospect in this class. He's very similar. He's like the opposite of what it was with Kenny Pickett. The year before Kenny Pickett came out, he's going to be, 6th, 7th round draft pick. I'm like, if the Steelers can get him there, this is an ideal guy to bring in. Then he has the breakout and he goes, first round. I'm like, I'm not the biggest fan of this pick. I don't really like Kenny Pickett that high. This is the opposite with Keaton Slovis. Keaton Slovis was once a projected first-round pick, and I'm like, I don't like Keaton Slovis. No way I'd take him ever in the first round. But now that he's here as a potential undrafted free agent, it's really tempting with his athleticism. He's got the skills. I have him at 197 on the big board. I gave him a 6th-round draft grade. I think he's worth the roll of the dice in undrafted free agency. Bring him in, let him compete with Kyle Allen. Okay. And obviously the Steelers have had familiarity with him having been at Pitt. What would you guys think of bringing in a Slovis?
I think they got a little PTSD from quarterbacks who wear a Pitt helmet right now. No. For a camp arm to beat out Kyle Allen, it could be anybody, so I wouldn't be opposed to Keaton Slovis, but, I don't know.
Can he slide to the practice squad? Can we develop him for another year? Maybe he does play better than Kyle Allen, and I think you guys were alluding to it earlier. Allen's not going to be that expensive this year if we were to drop him off the roster. And, Slovis was the third quarterback that didn't dress. I don't know enough about him to be able to tell you yay or nay on that one. That I'm deferring to you guys.
I will say I would take him before Sam Hartman.
Yeah,
I think I would agree with that one, and I don't even really know Keaton Slovis that well.
Yeah.
Eric asked, you puts in the live chat, character concerns. I believe there are some. I don't know exactly what. I've heard rumors. That's just one thing. As an evaluator without intel from inside the league, you can't really tell, having not talked to him and not knowing what he's truly like. That is probably one reason why he's still available as well. One pick that happened at pick 232 that I didn't put him in the top 200, but he's a really intriguing prospect. Levi Drake Rodriguez from Texas A&M Commerce. Interesting story. He is a transfer from Southwestern Assemblies of God University. Ends up transferring to Texas A&M Commerce, and he's actually became somewhat productive. 2023, this past season, he had 5.5 sacks, 7.5 tackles for loss, 56 overall tackles. He had a forced fumble, 2 fumble recoveries, played in 10 games. The previous season was kind of low. It was after this was after his transfer. His first 3 seasons were at the Southwestern Assemblies of God. At Southwestern, his last year there at 2021, he had 13.5 tackles for loss and 7 sacks. And this is a guy that is 290 pounds, 6'4", 290 pounds. He's an interior rusher. This guy knows how to get to the quarterback. He's a good penetrator from the inside. If you're talking just a developmental project, may start off on the practice squad. He's a good pick to bring in here in the 6th round. Minnesota lost some depth in the defensive line. This is a good pick for them.
Did they run the 3-4 or the 4-3?
They're 4-3.
I think it might benefit him to actually slim down a couple of pounds and try out at end for a while to get acclimated. Being in that tweener size where he's at 290, that's kind of right on the cusp where you want to be weight wise between end and tackle.
I'm curious with the Dallas Turner selection if they run a little bit more 3-4 this year.
That dude's a monster.
Yeah, Minnesota was a winner in that first round.
Oh yeah. I mean, there were a lot of winners. I think really, who would you call a loser? Maybe the Falcons. I mean,
Oh, definitely.
Listen, we say this now, but
I know.
what happens if Penix balls out and
It's just you sign Kirk Cousins to that contract,
oh, the optics are not good.
and you would think you'd want to win now, and you could have got Rome Odunze.
Yeah.
Give your quarterback a target. You could have got the third best tackle. I mean, instead you got Michael Penix.
They had options, lots of other options, but it is interesting to get into their head about why they made that pick when he, I think by all accounts, could have been there later. Mid to late first round, probably still could have been there. So it's interesting to know, but you never can get into these GM's head and figure out why they do some of the things they do.
Or like, what if Kirk Cousins can't play to start the season and Michael Penix starts and balls out? What do you do then?
You have to play your multi-million-dollar guaranteed quarterback. You have to. I mean, that's so much of an investment just riding pine, and that becomes a financial issue at that point, not even so much a talent issue.
Or you pray that some team is contending that has a quarterback injury and they're willing to take on that huge contract to go and win it all.
Yeah.
I mean, is the masseuse still going to be good to go at the end of the season? He's going to get injured again. They gave him so much money. I never would have done that. And
there's no guarantee Kirk Cousins will be ready by the beginning of the year too. He's still recovering.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is interesting why he had the reaction he did about them taking Penix. I mean, if he knows he's going to struggle to get back for the season,
right?
If he was a team first guy, why would he have that kind of reaction? He'd be like, all right, cool. This guy's got to play while I'm healing up. Got to do what I can to help him out because I want the team to win.
Mm-hmm.
Now going back to your winners, it is funny that Minnesota for round one did the exact same draft that Houston did last year. Take your quarterback and then Alabama edge rusher.
Yeah.
Worked out pretty good for the first ones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it did.
You see JJ McCarthy's ceiling as high as CJ Stroud's?
I'm trying to think who they got on the line.
Opposite, because Stroud struggled with the mental cognitive tests. McCarthy is fantastic.
Yeah.
So, I think he does. But I don't want to be a biased Michigan fan by saying that either. But yes, he didn't have to carry the team, but every time he was asked to do something, he did it. I mean, what more can you expect?
Like, I wasn't as high on McCarthy, but I admit it is because we didn't have to see him do as much as some of these other quarterbacks in college. So I'm just anxious to see what he can do. Not that I don't think he's capable of it. He just didn't have to carry a team like Caleb Williams had to.
I'm trying to see who all Washington has on their roster. I know they just picked up Austin Eckler. That was a good pickup, by the way. But I'm more concerned about what their line looks like, and can it hold up? Not only running the ball, but breaking in a new quarterback. I think that the other situation's a lot better for them to succeed than it might be in Washington.
A couple guys in the top 200 that just got taken. Miles Cole, defensive lineman, edge rusher from Texas Tech. Got a ton of potential. The dude is an extremely good athlete. I've seen him as a 5-tech if he can add some weight. But just the production has never matched. 5 years of college just hasn't come around yet. Matt Lee from Miami, he is 182 on the big board. Late 5th round grade, just goes to the Cincinnati Bengals, center from Miami. Many people projected him in the 4th, 5th round. Falls all the way to the 7th. Jonah Lawlew's an interesting pick. Pick 234 for the Colts. Defensive lineman from Oklahoma. He is a transfer from Hawaii. 6'5", 292. This was a guy that would have made a lot of sense for the Steelers to go after in that same mold as a Logan Lee. This would have been a guy, honestly, would have preferred to Logan Lee. I had him rated higher than Lee. 6'5", 292. Ran a 4.96 in the 40, 24 bench reps, 7.57 in the 3-cone, 4.59 shuttle. He had a 36-inch vertical at 292 pounds. He's a good athlete.
Yeah.
Wow. How many bench? You said 24
24.
bench reps? It's a little light. Needs to get in the gym.
I can't speak. I couldn't do one. So
Yeah.
I did 6 at 225 the other day at the gym. It's
Okay.
first time I've actually tried to lift a little heavy. I don't max out. I train weight. I just don't. Doing a 1 rep max doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. You're just looking to injure yourself.
I'll send a little bit later.
Mm-hmm.
Looking in the live chat, there was someone put in a question, Leonardo Torres. Do you think Omar is going after slot corner on the free agency? We kind of talked about this a little bit earlier, but for those that are new listening, as it pertains to free agency, undrafted or NFL free agency, which one do you prefer at this point? Well, what's your final take?
I think it's going to be, from the way it seems, I think it will be NFL free agency or possibly internal, like moving Jackson inside if like Corey Trice happens to take that step and stays healthy and can play outside opposite of JPJ. But if not, with like the reports of them talking to Cam Sutton over the last weekend, or like bringing Pat P back or something, I think it's going to be either internal or NFL free agency.
I got one name to think about. Johnny Dixon. He was Penn State's other cornerback this last season, along with Kalen King. 5'11". He's got the requisite size to play in the slot. There was talk he might have went in the 5th or 6th round, and at this point, he's probably going to slide off the board altogether. So that might be someone they want to look at.
I believe it's either Charlie Campbell or Walter Sherapinski from Walter Football. One of them had him going in round 2.
I mean, Kalen King was all the way up in 1st round at the beginning of the process too, and then
Yeah.
both of them just fell way down the board.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously without JPJ there, their defense was going to take a small step back. But I thought that the secondary last year played extremely well, which is interesting to see why both of these guys are falling down the board like this.
Kalen King is birthday buddies with me. We're 3 days apart. Kalen King is 3 days older than I am. So. Eric Askew asked about Marquez Valdez-Scantling. To me, he's just a carbon copy, but a less athletic, not necessarily less athletic, but a less skilled version of a George Pickens, a guy who's not quite as good on contested catches, has the same straight line speed, all that. I don't think he really adds anything. I like MVS, but I would have liked him after the post-Martavis Bryant, when he was coming out of college, and it was the post-Martavis Bryant era, and the Steelers needed a field stretcher. That would have been the time I would have liked MVS. At this point, I don't think the Steelers really have a need for that type of player.
No, I'd have to agree.
Like I said, if they bring in a veteran receiver, which kind of feels like they are, I think it'll more than likely be like a trade or Tyler Boyd is like their consolation.
I think their floor for these. Sorry, I'll just go for real quick. I think the floor for these is they're going to go back to the well that they had from before. So if they couldn't get the corner, they were going to go with Pat Pete. If they couldn't get the receiver, they are going to go back to Robinson.
Yeah.
Now that they've got some upgrades, they can still come back to those options. It's not like they've lost them.
No, I agree with that.
I think Allen Robinson is definitely a possibility to come back, especially because he knows he won't get anywhere close to the same contract he got last time. I mean, they cut him. So, I mean, if he's like, not veteran minimum, but
no, I mean, the guy's willing to block in the run game.
Yeah.
That's huge. He's good at it too. So.
Give him like that 4, 5, 6 million range for the year, like maybe even less. Like, but
one of my Michigan boys, Michael Barrett, goes off the board to the Panthers. Keith Gordon talks about still sad we passed on Johnny Wilson. Thought he'd be a great receiving fit and blocking miss, in my opinion. Otherwise, can't complain about any of the picks. Solid A+. Yeah, Johnny Wilson would have been interesting.
Long time. I would have thought we would have picked him up in the 6th when he was still available.
Weren't there not any major character concerns, but wasn't he? They talked about takes a lot of plays off, doesn't fully play to his size or something, or am I thinking of another big body?
May have been Adonai Mitchell.
I know he was one too that they talked about taking plays off, getting mad if it wasn't coming his way.
that would maybe explain the fact that he is kind of dropped. He had dropped on draft boards. That could have definitely explained part of it. His production dropped this past year, and part of that is due to the fact that Keon Coleman had his breakout year.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to be a red zone weapon when you have Keon Coleman coming down with these acrobatic catches.
Right.
But no, for a guy at 6'7", you expect more than 2 touchdowns the entire season.
Yeah.
So a little bit concerning there, but still a guy with the traits, 4.5 speed at that size. I'll take that.
Mm-hmm.
Reminds me some of Hakeem Butler, a guy that I liked coming out a few years back.
Didn't Hakeem Butler play recently in like the XFL or something? And there was like, not for us specifically, but like, didn't he have like a decent year in one of the leagues or whatever, and was possibly coming back to the NFL? But I don't think he ever did.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know the Steelers brought him in for a short time, and then
I think he caught a touchdown in the opening game of the UFL.
Yeah, and then had his little week with us, and then
the UFL or X.
I don't even.
I can't even remember.
UFL.
UFL. Okay.
Yeah.
Can't keep track of these.
Afton, do you think they go after Sean Stevens? I believe they should.
I think he's one of their priority UDFAs. They had a visit with him.
Mm-hmm.
I think, they brought him in because they wanted to find out about him. They don't even have to spend any capital on him, so why wouldn't they?
Am I delusional to think that he could be playing significant snaps if he is picked up?
I thought I saw somebody in the chat reference that he's JPJ's cousin.
Yes, he is Joey Porter Jr.'s cousin.
So, I mean, they've got to have some, Thanksgiving football days and stuff like that where they're picking each other's brain and stuff like that. So
Tomlin loves bloodlines.
Yeah, he does. Yes, he does.
And yes, it was just Ferris State, but he did have 8 interceptions this past season. Have you guys looked at his pro day numbers?
No.
No, I haven't.
Okay, so Sean Stevens at Michigan State's pro day, that was the local pro day for Ferris State. Smaller side, 5'8.5", 173, exclusively slot guy. But he has 30.5-inch arms, so checks that box. Ran a 4.4 flat in the 40, 19 bench reps, 6.97 in the 3-cone, 4.31 shuttle, 36.5-inch vertical, and 10-foot broad.
We were talking about 24 reps for a defensive lineman being poor and 19 for a cornerback. That's Superman status right there. Right?
Cornerback. Right?
Dude, that's Mighty Mouse. Give me that guy all day.
Yeah.
He's feisty. That's why I love him. I mean, the dude is a good athlete. And we talked about the instincts and the ball skills on the inside. 8 picks this past season. I'm all in on Sean Stevens. He's 150 on my big board. I had an early 5th-round grade on him.
Sounds like a small school Senequest Golson, if you remember him. he was getting hyped coming out of college. I wish he would have panned out because he looked like he was going to be a great fit for the Steelers, and injuries derailed him.
Mm-hmm.
Taj Washington is now off the board. He's a sneaky pick for the Miami Dolphins. Another small, undersized, quick wide receiver.
I know one thing. As long as they're not playing in Buffalo in January, they are going to put points up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Put them on some turf. They're going to burn everybody.
I would have loved to have seen Xavier Worthy go there just for the fun of it.
Yeah, could you imagine practice and at the end of the day when everybody's lining up for the 40, him and A-Chain and Tyreek and everybody else? Oh, my word.
Waddle.
Oh, dude, that 40 time in that practice would have been something to watch, I'm sure. A bunch of type A alpha males wanting to get at it.
Someone mentioned James Williams as an undrafted free agent. He just got taken by the Tennessee Titans, safety / linebacker. Only had 1 pick this past season. The ball skills haven't come, but he's a hitter. He's got the size to impose his will. It's just a shame he ran so slow. If he would, I thought he was a guy who had the speed to run 4.4. He had those big strides. You think he's going to run fast? Didn't. And then that was the point where we're like, okay, maybe he needs to just move to linebacker for sure. He already played some at the Senior Bowl like that. But that's a shame that he couldn't test better athletically because he would have gone much higher if so.
His prospect grade on NFL.com is actually pretty decent. It's right around 6, which has been higher than most of the players that have been going in this range. Yeah, he looks slow in his 40.
Yeah. Jamie Carlo says, no clue of Sean or Stevens, but Pat P, yes.
He's like break glass in case of emergency for me.
Yeah.
He also wants Michael Pratt, says he'd be an upgrade from Kyle Allen.
I agree with that.
Probably isn't that difficult to do. Kyle Allen's had his moments.
Mm-hmm. I know he was had one of those seasons that Tulane had where they beat USC in the Cotton Bowl, and he like went off that game, and then not that he did bad, just a so-so next year.
Mm-hmm. Didn't take a ton of shots down the field, but he had a receiver in Jaquan Jackson. He had some weapons there.
Mm-hmm.
15 picks left, guys. This is crazy.
Who's going to be Mr. Irrelevant this year?
Keaton Slovis.
Is that your official?
No, I don't even know who's got the last pick.
I'm going to look at the list here and see if I can come up with a name that comes out of it.
In a year that my mock was really not that good 2 years ago, I do the 7-round mock for, at the time it was Behind the Steel Curtain. Of course, now I do that for SCN. And that year in my mock draft, I had Mr. Irrelevant correct. I had Brock Purdy going to the San Francisco 49ers with the last pick.
Nice.
Good job.
Based on all the wonderful intel I was receiving, I accurately predicted that after I was hiding all this information for months. I knew it was going to happen. Was totally not just luck, if there was a such thing as luck.
Mm-hmm.
Luck is being prepared at the right time.
Well, the Jets have the last pick. So based off of that, who do y'all think might be the last pick?
In my mock, I had them taking Jacob Hollins, an inside linebacker from Temple.
The Jets.
What's weird is I know a person by the name of Jacob Hollins. So not the same guy.
Good. I wouldn't be surprised if they take a quarterback. I mean, it's not going to hurt. The last pick of the draft.
I think they just did in the last round.
Okay,
they took Jordan Travis last round.
That's right. Because I knew if they took one round 6 or 7, that's like the only 2 rounds you're not going to hurt Aaron Rodgers' feelings.
And that's what I was thinking of when they took him. I was thinking, well, Aaron Rodgers probably isn't thinking that Jordan Travis is going to.
Well, Jordan Travis tore his ACL so late in the season too that he would.
He's a project at this point.
He'll be like on the practice squad like towards the end of the year before he even plays.
Yeah.
Jack Westover is a guy from Washington, tight end, who's been kind of underutilized. He's still there. Yabi Okianoma, edge rusher from Charlotte. I'm gonna look this up because I remember him from his days at Michigan. Yabi Okianoma.
Chris Jacobs is still sitting there.
Yabi Okianoma is a 4-time transfer. He's a quad transfer.
Oh gosh.
Could you imagine transferring to 4 different schools?
We should ask Spencer Rattler and Keaton Slovis, and I mean they didn't go 4 schools, but Bo Nix and
Slovis was at what? 3.
I think he started at USC, right?
Yeah.
Started at USC and then went to Pitt and then went to BYU.
Yeah.
Nick started at Auburn. Did he start at Auburn?
Yeah. Because what's funny is was it his freshman year or his sophomore year where he had that breakout game against Oregon where he like absolutely thrashed them.
Yeah.
And then ends up transferring to Oregon.
Yeah. Yeah, these transfer rules are that and NIL. It's going to ruin college football in 5 years.
They should just almost break college football off from the college, like separate it from the rest of sports so you don't bring everything down with it. Like USC and UCLA going to the Big Ten. Like,
here's what I think really should happen, because it's the money that's really destroying it. I mean, if these players are going to continue to get scholarships, if they catch NIL money that pays for their program, they should be forced to give their scholarship back or pay for the scholarship so that someone else can use it.
Yeah,
that's the only thing that really kind of makes sense, because if you hit your come up, don't be a hater. Let somebody else hit it.
Mm-hmm.
Players are no longer playing just for the love of the game.
Oh, I read an article a couple of weeks ago where it was like coaches are pretty much at the point where they have to recruit 24/7, even the same players that they've had on their squad all year long, with promises of NIL money and more of it. And where's that going to lead in a couple of years? It's just nowhere
Packers.
good.
Packers took Michael Pratt.
Yep,
Ooh,
it's a good pick.
I think Jordan loves looking over his shoulder. He actually played pretty well at the end of the year. I was impressed.
Jordan Love looks good.
Yeah.
He does. He does. That first year was kind of rough, but boy, he really turned it on.
But Oki Anoma, just as a potential undrafted guy, he's got a lot of upside. He's a former 4-star recruit from started at Alabama, had a lot of off-field problems, legal problems, huge head case. Transferred to Tennessee Martin. After that, he transferred to Michigan. Didn't have a ton of production, but he at least seemed to get a little bit more back on track, and then transferred to Charlotte and kind of had somewhat of a breakout year this past year, had a little bit more production, but a guy who's got all the traits. He's got outstanding athlete. It reminds me very much of Cox a couple years ago, Brenton Cox from Florida. Guy who didn't test as well as many expected, but man, he was a great athlete coming out. Everyone expects him to test phenomenally, but was a complete head case. But you bring him in undrafted. If you can't fix him in the mind, you can cut him with no consequences.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
You guys mentioned Cody Schrader earlier too. He's like a Blake Corum, a slower version of Blake Corum.
Yeah. Like the poor man's Blake Corum. But yeah, I mean, he fared well in the SEC for what he was asked to do.
I like that he stayed at Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas Harper from Notre Dame is still there.
We only have a few players left that are in the top 150. Usually there's a lot more than this year. It seems like even though there are a few players that were surprised are still there, overall, there's no like glaring guy. Like I remember a few years ago when we were talking about Mac Wilson and other guys as like, how did these guys drop this far?
Yeah.
We got Tyler Owens at 112 on our big board. Gabriel Murphy from UCLA at 138. Those are the only two players remaining that have any sort of 4th round grade or higher. And then 5th round grade on AJ Woods at 144 from Pitt. Blake Watson, running back from Memphis. Did he just get taken?
No, he's still available.
He's still available. He would be a great pickup at this point in the draft. I'm still surprised Dallas never took a running back.
You
Brevin
got Spanford's still here.
Brevin Spanford.
Trajan Jeffcoat.
Beanie and Sean Stevens finish out the top 150. So there's only, 6 guys left in the top 150. That's
your 150, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, look at you go. I mean, you're dialing it in, man. You get them all off the board.
For undrafted free agency, that makes article writing harder.
Got to dig a little deeper than you've been. I mean, when you start this process out, how many names do you actually have?
I start off with mostly the projected 1st round guys and then add the 2nd, the 3rds, and then some of those guys get pushed down the boards. The other guys move up. Yeah. So it's almost like you're almost always evaluating the top 3 round guys until the combine and pro days. And then the other names start slipping in. Oh, this guy's a good athlete. I should go and watch the tape on him.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to spend my time watching a guy from a small school who's going to run a 5.6 in the 40 and waste my time on it. But if the guy tests well, then I can go to the tape and see, the tape actually matches up. Let's move him up the draft board.
Right. So then when you get to your 250, how many names do you usually have on it by then? Or are you kind of struggling at some points to get to 250?
Most years I do a top 400. This year with college, I just didn't have the time to go that far, that deep. So the only ones ranked for the website were just the top 200 this year.
Yeah.
But most years I usually try to go to 400, definitely 300. But it also wasn't a great class of special teamers this year. And some of the underclassmen, especially on the defensive side of the ball, returned to school. So that could bode better for next year's draft. I still thought this was a pretty deep draft compared to what most media people were saying. But the draft is awesome. It's so much fun. The anticipation of it all.
Mm-hmm. It's like this and week 1 are like the only 2 weeks where everybody's on level playing field.
Mm-hmm.
Got the same amount of hope. I mean, realistically, you know where your team kind of stands in the big picture, but everybody's 0-0. So right here, everybody's got their draft picks, picking who they want.
I don't think there's going to be any defensive tackles available at this point in undrafted free agency. Marcus Harris from Auburn is now off the board. Like anybody that these GMs have circled on their board and remaining, they're just like, let's take them.
Mm-hmm.
Just Chroma.
He did have 7 sacks this past season. Some people thought he could go 5th, 6th round. He's a Kansas transfer.
Hey, here's your running back, Frank Gore Jr.
He ran a 4.69 at his pro day, I think, which surprised me.
I can't remember. I don't think his dad ran a really fast 40. If I'm not mistaken.
I'm gonna look that up.
Because if I remember, Frank Gore wasn't really he was more of a longer strider than he was a quicker back.
Yeah. He had a 4.58 at 217 pounds, had a 4.11 shuttle time, 6.91 the 3 cone. So
is it junior or senior?
Senior.
Okay. So they're kind of in the same. Well, he's a little faster.
Yeah. Frank Gore Jr., 5'8", 198, 4.69 40, 18 bench reps, 29-inch vertical, 9'3" broad. So pretty rough numbers.
Yeah.
But
Chiefs took a guard, CJ Hansen from Holy Cross.
Okay.
Few small school, Ivy League schools got.
Has Jalen Coker been taken from Holy Cross? I thought sure he'd be the first Holy Cross player taken.
No, I think he's still on the board.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, Hansen is 306 pounds. He didn't test anything in the pro day outside of the bench reps, 25 bench reps. He has shorter arms, 32.5 inches, so manageable at guard, but not extreme length.
So with the shorter arms, you want him at guard and not center because the center typically has to make a reach block, right?
Right.
And that reach block is really tough
because
it's your right shoulder goes outside the guard's outside shoulder between the tackle and the guard. That's a long way to go.
Yeah. Tackles, you just need that length for facing edge defenders coming around the edge, and
it's more about your kick step.
Yeah. Ladarius Henderson from Michigan, Houston Texans. I like Henderson a lot.
What do you think about Nugent, the center from Michigan?
If he was a little bit longer, I feel like he would have been a early day 3 pick. Honestly, I have him. I thought I had him in the top 200. Yeah, I had him at 173. I'd be okay with bringing him in as an undrafted guy. Zach Zinner was the leader of that offensive line, but to see that line didn't fall apart once he got injured tells me that Nugent had a big part in the success on the interior as well.
Was able to pick up the communication and just keep the continuity going.
Right. I know Trente Jones, Keegan. I mean, the entire offensive line is going to be new for Michigan next year. None of them are elite prospects outside of Zinter, but Nugent was good this past year. It's hard to find bad tape on him. He's not like the most powerful dude. He's not going to maul people, but he's consistent in pass protection. If he can add a little bit more core strength, I think he has a chance to at least be a kind of a good depth guy, a really good backup center. Ravens are on the clock again. Their pick is in. Leonard Taylor has not been taken. Leonardo Torres. He is still available, if I remember correctly. He would be, and I'm being perfectly honest, I would have taken him above Logan Lee. So bring him in, let him compete.
What's the hang up on Taylor? What's the issue with him?
Lack of production.
Oh.
Just extreme lack of production. Let me look up his stats from this past year. But we were talking about him at one point as a potential first-round pick.
Is it because of what he's asked to do in the defense, or is it just he's just average?
There's just nothing on tape that pops out. He's supposed to be an explosive athlete, but he doesn't play to that. He doesn't move all that well when you watch him. Let me see. Let's see if Stats Reference has something. Sports Reference has something on him this past season. Leonard Taylor the third. Yeah, 6'3", 305. Yeah, that was the big thing. This past year in 10 games for Miami, only had 19 tackles, 3.5 tackles for loss, and 1 sack. 2022 was his year that everyone thought he's going to have the breakout this year. He had 10.5 tackles for loss and 3 sacks in 2022. I don't know what the biggest difference was. Just I'd have to go back and look and see what the difference was between 2022 and 2023. I'm trying to remember what players came out from Miami last year, if maybe that had an impact on the players he was playing with. Anyone remember any Miami players in last year's draft? I'm not good at remembering past drafts.
Yeah.
But again, undrafted free agency in late day 3, to me, get all the talent you can and just see what sticks.
Right.
See, those of you in the live chat, I'll put in one new name because we've had some of the guys, a lot of the guys that have been mentioned are now gone. Devonshire's off the board. Some of these guys, those of you that are still with us in the live chat, put in one name that you think the Steelers should go after in undrafted free agency, assuming they're not taken with the last 8 picks in the draft. Nelson Caesar just came up in the live chat. That's an intriguing name from Houston. Productive pass rusher. He'd be a good practice squad guy. I'm not sure the Steelers will have room for him on the roster. But I find it interesting the Steelers still haven't brought back the veteran we brought in last year.
Marcus Golden.
Marcus Golden, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think was just wait until after the draft to do all that. Sorry, Chris, I cut you off.
No, I was just going to say I agree. I think with most of these free agents that they might want to bring back, they were just wait until after the draft.
So, Andrew, to go back to what we were talking about with the Miami players, there were only 3 of them drafted last year. None of them were 2 defensive backs and a tight end. So that really, I don't think it really had an effect on.
That is weird.
Yeah. I mean, maybe the tape would show that he was simply just getting double teamed all the time. You know,
it's possible. I would say he's probably a better fit as a 3 technique in the NFL, but regardless of scheme at this point, bring in the talent and see what you can do with it.
Yeah.
Afton thinks that they might target Bo Braid, so Tomlin gets his Maryland guy.
Yeah.
I
thought it was gonna be Malik Washington, but
just remember the Steelers don't have Matt Canada there anymore to give the intel on all these Maryland guys that he had coached. So
true. But Tomlin is from the Norfolk area, so I mean I'm sure he's got ties back there.
Call up Dino and see what connections he can get. When is Dino Tomlin going to be a draft pick? I'm sure we're going to take him.
Oh, Dino.
But to what Afton's saying, Bo Braid, he's on the shorter end. I think he's like 5'10" or 5'11", so he's kind of the same height that Polamalu is. Polamalu was same build, really willing tackler. He's got really good play strength, but I think it's his lack of length that really has teams shying away from him because he's way more effective at playing in the box than he is on the back end. So what you don't want to do is end up having him left alone on an island with a tight end or, a quick twitch wide receiver that can just blow past him. So it's either the size from the tight end that's going to get him or it's the speed from the receiver that's going to get him. So he's kind of limited in what he's going to be able to do.
Dino Tomlin is now at Boston College, which I did not know that. He would be a draft prospect in next year's class potentially. So interested to see what happens with him. We had someone mention the corner. Afton mentioned the corner from Arkansas. If you're talking about Dwight McLauthern, I don't think he's been taken, has he?
I don't think so. I could be wrong. think when I looked at the cornerback list not too long ago, he was still on it.
He's a decent athlete, 4.47 speed, 30.5-inch arms, 3 picks this past season, 6 additional passes defended. He would be an intriguing one. Here's one from Thanks Mean Joe, another one of our faithful viewers. Justin Simmons, or is question limited to undrafted?
I don't know. Maybe that's the reason they opened up the cap space. No one said anything about that yet.
Yeah.
Justin Simmons would be fun to watch in this defense.
Oh, in this defense, oh my word.
Him and Minka together.
Him make a JVJ together. Oh, that secondary would be rock solid.
Oof. Bring back Pat Pete in the nickel, and then have Dante Jackson outside with Trice and Darius Rush as backups.
What?
And then we'll bring in Sean Stevens undrafted, and we'll find a spot for him on the roster.
Man.
Well, he'll just shadow Pat Pete for the year, and then hopefully step up the year after.
Yeah.
I mean, Justin Simmons could be a legit possibility. I mean, we just assume it's wide receiver that they're opening up for. But, I mean, Arthur Smith loves just like 11 and 12 personnel, so it's not like he needs 3 receivers.
Right. What's crazy
His other
is
offenses,
that
he hasn't even had 2. We talked about this before on the other shows. I mean, when he was in Tennessee for a short time, I mean, I know that short period of time he had Corey Davis. But other than that, is the number 2 receivers, Julio Jones, a washed-up Julio Jones, Khalif Raymond. I mean, he didn't have a true wide receiver 2 in that offense really ever outside of the short time he had Corey Davis.
Mm-hmm.
He does, and Atlanta, he didn't have it either as the head coach.
He had Drake London his rookie year, I think.
Yeah,
But
and then
that was his rookie year, and he didn't really understand the NFL.
Drake London.
I think he had him as rookie year.
Yeah, he did have Drake London, and then
Drake took a while to come on.
It was the big tight end from Florida that he took.
Oh,
I can't think of his name right now.
This is when you know your brain's fried and you've gone through so many draft picks, the
I
basic names you can't remember.
I looked at so many names; it's just saturation at this point.
But anyways, to the point of no receivers, like it was Bijan Robinson, no running back, and then that
Kyle Pitts,
yeah, and then Kyle Pitts. I mean,
yep.
Van Jefferson was, for some instances, the wide receiver 2 in that offense.
Yeah,
wasn't used as such, but you could argue that he was the second best receiver on that team.
Yeah. Because, I mean, with Arthur Smith, I mean, he just might want to roll out George Pickens, Pat Freiermuth, and Roman Wilson occasionally. I mean, that might just be his 3 pass-catching guys, and it's like the rest were just going to play bully ball. I mean, so going back to Justin Simmons, I mean, like I said, we all kind of think receiver, but, I mean, a Justin Simmons could more than be in play.
The Falcons got Ray McLeod, Rondale Moore from Purdue, if you remember him from last year.
Mm-hmm.
Leonardo Torres, Cody Schrader, the running back. We mentioned him. Love him.
Yep.
He'd be good. Another guy who plays faster than the speed. Jalen Warren didn't run a fast 40 either, but he looks pretty fast on the field. So,
yeah, he is football fast.
Yeah.
Jalen Harrell from Michigan. That's a good pick for Tennessee. He is. I know he's in this top 150 somewhere. 155. So he is the 7th highest player on the board remaining.
I forgot about this. The Falcons picked up Darnell Mooney.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And they still don't think much of Drake London. He's making less than Darnell Mooney is. You know what? Never mind. He's still on his rookie contract.
Yeah, so I think he's probably got another year left.
Yeah.
Maybe even 2.
Kirk Cousins, $25 million cap hit. Oh, my word. I don't know. Maybe Penix is looking better when they see that number.
Anyone take Cornelius Johnson?
I kind of want to say yes, but I could be wrong.
Leonardo Torres is mentioning Dylan Johnson, the running back. I could see the Steelers bringing him in. They've shown interest in him.
Mm-hmm.
Again, slower side, has the injury concerns. I wouldn't exactly be thrilled about that.
Cornelius Johnson went to the Chargers.
Went to the Chargers, so he is off the board.
Yep.
So, yeah, this board is thinned out quickly. Jared Wiley, I'm pretty sure Jared Wiley was taken, but I can't remember which team because that was during the time that I was out. KT Leviston going to the Rams, the guard from Kansas State.
Wiley went round 4, pick 31 to the Chiefs.
Good pick. Jay's Upper Teeth mentions Curtis Jacobs. Jacobs, I believe, is the 10th highest player available.
Yeah, he's still on the board. I was surprised. There were talks about him having 3rd into 4th round consideration. He started slipping in the process, maybe into the 5th or 6th, and it looks like he's going to go off the board. But not super productive at Penn State, but just he did everything that was asked of him, and he was solid for them. Just didn't do anything to wow anybody. Adisa Isaac was one of the names that got all the.
Packers took Kalen King. Not to cut you off.
Nope, that's I was actually expecting King to go before Johnny Dixon, but there were a couple sites that had Dixon ahead of King. But no, that's a good pickup for the Packers. That's a good spot for him to learn and develop.
You all want to stay on for about 10 or 15 minutes after just to see if we see any undrafted ones announced. I know there's usually that initial wave. Do you all want to hang on for a few minutes and see?
I'll stick around.
Fine. Yeah.
Yep.
It is amazing how quickly these teams already have deals in place with these players right after the draft. I still got bit by a false report a couple years ago. A player I really liked, Mac McCain III from North Carolina A&T a couple years back. There was a report the Steelers signed him undrafted. He was my dream undrafted pick, and I was thrilled beyond end. And I found out it was a false report. After like 2 hours of it being reported he was going to the Steelers, he went to the Broncos. I'm like, nuts.
All right, so we're almost to Mr. Irrelevant. Anybody got a guess? Anybody in the live chat got a guess?
I'll say
By the way, everybody that's been hanging out with us for the last 3 days, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dallin Holker was mentioned by Afton, the tight end H-back from Colorado State. A little on the slower side, but productive. Jalen Coker, Mitch mentions him. We talked about him earlier. He's a productive player from Holy Cross. Vinny, I do not know the answer to that, whether McCormick was teammates with Chris Oladokun. I'm not positive about that. He should be, if my mind is reminding me, if it's reminding me correctly, I think he would have been, because he's been started the past 3 seasons. That was 3 years ago, if I remember correct.
Yeah.
I'll say Nelson Caesar. If he's still available, yeah, I'd go with Nelson Caesar. Is the Mr. Irrelevant. Just why not? Good Mr. Irrelevant name.
See, I just with the Jets, it's hard to tell. I mean, they're just one of those organizations you just don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah.
As the
we
Broncos
talk about the Bengals, like the Bengals are going to Bengals, and it's like the Jets are kind of in that same class.
And like same thing with the Ravens. Like they have like a good draft. Don't get me wrong. They'll draft like a lineman, linebacker, or something.
Oh, they draft a ton of players. I wish the Steelers would.
Yeah, but then they'll
never pan
draft
out.
these receivers that just never do anything.
Yeah. I must say,
All right, here's the Broncos.
I'm going to say Zion Tupuola-Fetui, the edge out of Washington.
It's a good one. Center South. Nick Gargulo. I butchered that last name. I'm not Italian.
No, he just went off the board. I think he just got picked right before them.
Oh, no, that's who the Broncos picked. So for the Jets,
Oh,
I was seeing who they picked, so then I can really see who's actually left.
One player that the Jets showed interest in, small school cornerback Micah Abraham from Marshall. He could be in play.
Mm-hmm.
TJ Palmer, wide receiver from UAB, still available.
I think Micah Abraham got drafted.
Did he?
I know a defensive back from Marshall went.
Then it's probably him. He would be the highest rated one. Let's see. Yep, Colts picked him at 201.
Yeah.
I missed that.
Jay's upper teeth has Gabe Hall.
I'll go
I'm hoping not.
Dwight McLaughlin, the cornerback from Arkansas.
I'm hoping Gabe Hall slips past the Jets and the Steelers can pick him up.
I mean, that wouldn't be there. They do need one more edge rusher, whether that's bringing Marcus Golden back or picking up someone. Not that I mean, I'm perfectly fine with the three that we got. Whoever they get will just be a second and third quarter kind of relief for a second, but
it might be one of those situations where they wait till camp cuts to find somebody.
Yeah.
I'll say TJ Palmer. I'm going to change it from Nelson Caesar to TJ Palmer. They haven't taken a receiver yet.
It's a good pick.
Is Tevin Walker gone? Or maybe pertaining to Trevin Walker or Trevin Wallace, maybe? Am I missing Tevin Walker?
I wouldn't know if you were or weren't. It's not a player I've heard of, but
if that is a player in this draft, Mean Joe, I'm sorry, but I did not evaluate him. He is nowhere in my rankings. Here it comes. Gabe Hall is still available. That could be someone the Steelers target undrafted.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Hoping so. I definitely think Sean Stevens is going to be one of them, though, simply because he's the smaller school guy that a lot of teams aren't going to know about, and they had a visit with him.
Right.
That seems to be a real big theme for them this year.
There were 27 teams in attendance for that Michigan State Pro Day. I thought that Stevens could go ahead of any of the Michigan State players. So that's what's interesting, because there weren't a bunch of great prospects at Michigan State. So there's a lot of teams that are. Yeah. I love Stevens, though, because he has the choice of where he wants to play. You would think if the Steelers offer him something, he would want to come here with his cousin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have a feeling they're going to probably tap anybody that didn't get drafted that's on their visit list. They're probably going to go for them first.
Jalen Key. Safety from Bama.
Well, there's always next year.
All right, those of you in the live chat, we're going to hang around for a few minutes because we want to see who the Steelers bring in undrafted. If you got any other names, now that the draft is officially done, put it in the live chat. And if we see any undrafted signings pop up, we are going to report it here for you first. So hang in here if you're still with us, whether it be YouTube, Facebook, wherever you're listening to. Hang on for a few minutes. Let's see if we can get through this first wave of undrafted free agency. Some of these are usually announced almost immediately.
Mm-hmm.
So if those of you that are looking online happen to see a site that's posting things quickly, be sure to mention it in here. I know CBS Sports always does one. There's another one. I'm trying to remember the name of the site. Let's see who else we got here. Sporting News always has one.
Yeah, Tom Pelissero. It's not for the Steelers, but Carter Bradley signed with the Raiders.
Okay. Yeah, Pelissero's usually on top of these.
Keaton Slovis to the Colts.
Ooh.
As is Garofalo. Wait, who was it?
Slovis
to the Colts.
Austin Reed, quarterback, Western Kentucky, going to the Chicago Bears.
And then your guy, Nelson Caesar, is going to the Seahawks.
Tanner Mordecai, quarterback from Wisconsin, going to the 49ers. So quarterbacks are going off really, really quickly here in undrafted free agency. Ramon Davis has been taken, Leonardo. He was taken in the 4th round by the Buffalo Bills. So he is off the board. Louis Riddick says that the Steelers won the draft and they're going to be a problem this year.
Well, thanks for stating the obvious.
Yeah.
No, I mean, coming into this, a lot of the news heads out there were, they weren't sure what to make of the Steelers. But then again, we just crushed this draft, crushed it hard. I couldn't be happier for everything that the Steelers were able to accomplish, what they didn't have to give up, what they didn't have to do. This has been, honestly, I think this is one of the best drafts I think I've ever witnessed for the Steelers.
Mm-hmm. I guess Mike Tomlin was just interviewed on NFL Network at some point today, and they asked him why they drafted 3 offensive linemen. His response: "We just want to roll people."
That's what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
He said a
That's what I'm
similar
talking
thing on
about.
ESPN today too. He always runs the ESPN cast as well.
It's time for this team to start imposing its will again.
Let's update the sporting news one. See who else is here. Yeah, Nelson Caesar, they have him now. That's the only new one there. Yeah, I'm not on X. So Garofalo and Pelissero are usually the ones on top of this. Aaron Wilson has been in the past before. Let's see.
Yeah, quarterbacks are going like crazy. Jack Plummer is going to the Panthers.
Really? If we're down to Jack Plummer, we're scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah.
CBS Sports has had one in years past, but I'm looking and I can't find one for them.
Did you guys announce Jack Westover to the Seahawks?
Mm-mm.
That's
Okay.
good for Seattle. That's a good one. NFL 2024 Undrafted.
Tanner Mordecai to the Niners. I actually like that fit.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Cody Schrader signed with the 49ers.
Okay. That's a good fit for him. You know that San Francisco is always going to bring in competition at running back.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what we've got here. Spot Track actually has one this year. Don't see anything updating on it, though. Mordecai. Reddy Stewart, cornerback from Troy. That's a good one for the Chicago Bears. Reddy Stewart. Defensive back Marcus Banks is going to the Buccaneers. Michael Mason, defensive end from Coastal Carolina, is going to the Chargers. Byron Matos and offensive lineman Andrew Meyer are both going to the Miami Dolphins. John Lyles, wide receiver from Florida, to the Giants. Duke wide receiver Jalen Calhoun to the Lions, as well as Ole Miss defensive end Isaac Ukwu. Jamian Franklin, defensive line from Duke, going to the Baltimore Ravens. And, oh no, Bo Richter. He was a guy I had circled. I love Bo Richter from Air Force, man. That guy is a good football player. He's going to the Minnesota Vikings. He was 166 on the big board, mid-fifth round grade, who fell through the cracks. He is now off the board. Going to mention Tate, who brings this up. Stay on SEN for the Homies Draft Recap show next. So make sure you go and check that out once they go live. Make sure to check them out with their full reaction tonight on everything as well once we close up here.
As soon as I lock the door, Tate will be over.
Yes.
Hey, your boy Drake Nugent went to the Niners.
Oh, I see that now. Yeah. I'm going between that one and NFL trade rumors. They have one that's been updating. So I'm kind of going between those two. Usually NFL Network takes a while to get one up. Let's see. Looking to see. You would think NFL Network would be the one on top of this because their reporters report it top undrafted free agents, who's signed, who's available.
I'll say this, Mean Joe. I think that they did a really good job with the 4th round pick and the first 6th round pick. Them taking Watts with their other 6th round pick, I think might be the only question I have for them in this draft. Having the options that they do within the cornerback room or the safety room, having him come in as a rookie, I didn't really understand it. So we'll just have to see where he fits into this. I mean, maybe he's just a camp body, but I would have thought that maybe there was another position that they could have tagged for a double dip or something like that. But obviously they see something in this guy that we're missing. So.
Let's update this trade rumors one, see what else is new. They had the most coming out immediately. Doesn't look like anything's been added since. Christian Roland Wallace and Amani Bailey, 2 good pickups for the Chiefs.
Amani Bailey. Yeah.
Yep, Niners have with Schrader and Nugent. That's big for them. Nugent could have a chance to make the roster because they lack depth there on the interior even after the draft.
All I've seen, the Steelers are inviting Jacksonville State center Trey Brown for a mini camp tryout.
Okay.
What?
Traylon Brown. Traylon Brown is 6'1", 313. Ran a 5.03 at his pro day. 32-inch arms, 24 bench reps, 25-inch vert, 8'4" broad, 4.9 in the shuttle, and 8.033 cone. So straight line, his split time was 1.7, which is a really good time.
Yeah, it is.
So we finished the draft with the top remaining players on the board that we haven't heard announced that have been signed anywhere. Is Tyler Owens at 112, Gabe Murphy at 138, AJ Woods at 144, the corner from Pitt, Blake Watson, running back Memphis, 148, Beanie Bishop, 149, Sean Stevens, 150, Jamry Chroma, your guy, defensive lineman from James Madison, Nelson Caesar, edge from Houston, Bo Richter just got taken, Curtis Jacobs, linebacker from Penn State, Braden McGregor, defensive lineman, Michigan, Nugent and Schrader are both off the board, Daquan Hardy's off the board, Bo Braid, Johnny Dixon, Jaden Sheridan, and then finishing out the top 200, Lauren Strickland, Taj Washington's gone. Did anyone take Marcus Rosemy-Jack Saint, the wide receiver from Georgia?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so, but
he's there. Grayson Murphy, the Murphy brothers are both available. Torrey Taylor, the punter. No, Torrey Taylor was taken. He was taken. George Holani, running back, Boise State. Eric Watts, edge rusher, Connecticut. Slovis is gone. Leary was taken, and Pratt was taken. So that's it in the top 200. Any of you guys seen anything new?
Mm-mm.
Oregon kicker Camden Lewis is going to the Broncos for a tryout. Javion Cohen, offensive lineman from Miami, is signing with the Browns. That's a good signing for the Browns. Javion Cohen's a good football player.
Xavier Weaver is going to the Cardinals, wide receiver from Colorado.
That's a good one. Marcus Banks, defensive back from Mississippi State, is going to the Bucks.
And then the Bucks as well, they're signing Toledo defensive tackle Judge Culpepper.
Sam Pinckney, wide receiver from Coastal Carolina, is going to Carolina. I'm not sure if we mentioned him yet or not. Ron Stone Jr. from Washington State going to the Raiders. Boston College guard center Kyle Hergel is going to the Saints. Those are all new. I don't know if Garofalo's mentioned anything yet. Usually he's pretty quick on some of this. Brian Baldinger is saying the Steelers won the draft according to Afton.
Yeah, I was just going to reply to that. I was going to say to Afton, Baldy's one of the few actual big media types that like to hype the Steelers.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. 49ers are getting all the rest. Why aren't we picking up anybody? I wonder this every year, Jay. It's just sometimes the Steelers aren't immediate like some of these other teams. And then I think it was last year, there were like 7 almost immediately announced, and you didn't hear of any other ones after that mentioned. So Steelers have never been major players in undrafted free agency. They don't usually spend a lot of money for the priority guys. This year, I don't think there's as many priority guys as the past couple of years, so I'm not saying go all in for some of these.
Right.
And then happens every year. Steelers never spend money on UDFAs. Yep, Blake Literal mentions that. Safety from Alabama. The safety from Alabama that I'm thinking of was taken with the Mr. Irrelevant. Is there another Alabama safety that I'm not thinking of that's still available?
No, I think Tate's just making fun of the guy. He said the safety from Alabama is just irrelevant. He's not Mr. Irrelevant.
Okay, I'm slow. I'm slow. I'm sorry.
I think that's what he's saying. I hope I'm not misrepresenting what he's saying.
I am confident that's what he meant. It's just part of it.
Who's his college team?
Alabama.
Oh, is it?
Jalen Key.
No. I'm talking about Tate.
Oh. I have no clue. Tate, if you're still in the live chat, throw that in there. Sam Hartman to the Commanders.
Sweet. He didn't come to the Steelers.
What Afton's saying. Afton is reporting that.
That's right. Well, yeah, Tate's a Ohio State fan. I know that.
Afton's saying no. It's okay. Maybe not. Maybe it's just throwing that out there as Tate's Ohio State. I should have known that. According to the live chat, anyways. I'm pretty sure
I know Big G is.
Bart, it's Sean Stevens has not been picked up yet that has been reported. He's my priority guy along with Beanie. We need a D lineman and slot corner. Jason Heiga says that. Those of you on Facebook, thank you for watching as well. Make sure to drop a like. If you're on YouTube, make sure you drop a like as well. Hit the subscribe bell. Make sure you get notifications whenever a new video is out. Let's do another.
Hey, speaking of which, any of you guys got something coming out on the written side?
I just have a few articles on some of these draft picks, basically like just on the commentary side. Hard to pass up and stuff. Nothing.
I'm going to fix up the 90-man roster update article. I'm going to keep that running up until probably camp. We're heading into the slow season of the off season, so it's not going to change much after these UDFAs come in. But for the next week or two, expect that article to come out at least once or twice.
Okay, Sporting News. Apparently, I'm going to Sporting News and seeing, yes, Sam Hartman to the Commanders. That's what Sporting News is reporting. So looks like that is correct. For the website for me, I'm going to be taking a couple days off because it's finals week here at school. So I have a very busy next couple days.
Holy moly, you've just been cramming nonstop, haven't you?
Oh, man, I had like 8 hours of sleep over the past 4 days combined. Like it's been rough with all of the draft stuff and this. I can tell you how many times writing the mock draft I fell asleep doing it and then waking back up and realizing I still have to finish this because it runs in the morning.
I did that last night.
Yeah,
I can't imagine what you've been through, bro. I mean, just doing all of these mock updates and everything. I mean, you've put in a ton of legwork here. I mean, just listen on behalf of like just me, just reading all your stuff, but I know the network too. Thanks, man. Thanks for everything you do.
Well, thank you all. I've been encouraged seeing you guys' your guys' analysis as well. Having some new faces here at the site. It's exciting to see what's coming here at FFSN and SDN. So, were you guys both previously did you guys follow whether it be a BTSC or a SCN, did you guys kind of follow along kind of as fans for a while?
Yeah.
Yeah, I started following Steel Curtain Network or Behind the Steel Curtain. I listened to Jeff's show when it was over there, and one of my favorite articles over there was the Friday Night Six Pack. I was like I always liked throwing in on that article.
Wait, what was your username?
I think it was just Corey Eck 04.
Okay, I do remember you then. Yeah.
Yeah. And then when he slid over here, I just followed him, and I've always liked Jeff's content, and then Dave started writing, and I've always liked Dave's writing too. I'm not quite the stat geek he is, but I do appreciate the analytics, And then Bad just kind of rounds out the whole trio. He's the goofy one of the bunch, but he's a great fit for what they're doing here. I love what they're doing here.
Mean Joe asked, where can we subscribe? If you're talking about audio only podcast, you can subscribe anywhere on Apple, Google, wherever else, Spotify, wherever you listen to podcasts. Search up Steel Curtain Network, Fans First Sports Network. You can check all of us guys. What other things are you guys on? Just because I'm still getting up to date with everything.
I'm on Twitter, and then the website.
Twitter and website, and then Corey.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter and on the website as well. I'm still trying to get an online presence established and stuff. So once we get that rolling and get some more followers, we'll probably start some kind of video side of it. But
and then
till then, we'll just keep writing and keep plugging away.
Steelers did sign Georgia running back DeJuan Edwards.
Okay.
I actually like that signing.
And I think that's about all we got on the Steelers at the moment. Right before we get out of here.
Whew, glad that was over quick.
Well, we got through one. We got the one signing, so that's better than none.
Mm-hmm.
So we got to one, and just look and see. Josh Proctor, has he been taken? Someone is asking that in the live chat.
I did not see him taken. Dylan Johnson went to the Titans. Matt Hayball went to the Saints. Carson Steele, the running back from UCLA, went to the Chiefs. Brevin Spann Ford, the tight end from Minnesota, went to the Cowboys.
Okay, now NFL Trade Rumors is reporting that Sam Hartman is going to the Bears, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I saw Bears first, then I saw Commanders, so I have no idea.
I see him on, what is this? This is Sporting News. They have Sam Hartman with the Commanders.
Oh, Sporting News. Yeah, Sporting News has him with the Commanders. Trade Rumors has him there. Why is it that way every year with a couple undrafted free agents? There's always a couple conflicting reports.
Because it's so important to be first instead of right.
Yeah. Frank Gore Jr. signs with the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, it was
Omar
Xavier
Brown.
Xavier Weaver. What?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Okay. He's the receiver out of Colorado. He signed with the Cardinals.
Yep. Tyreek Thunderberg, defense back from App State, going to the Bucks.
Are either of y'all fans of Warren Sharp? For his best value in this draft, he had the Steelers at 4.
That's interesting.
Lions, Dolphins, Chiefs were the only 3 teams ahead of the Steelers.
Interesting.
Those of you that are on YouTube, make sure you can subscribe on YouTube, just hitting the bell icon down below. Hit subscribe and then hit the bell icon so that you get notifications. Just looking through this one more time to make sure we didn't miss anything. Carson Steele, another running back, going to the Chiefs. Kansas quarterback Jason Bean is going to compete at the Colts. Praise Olatoki as a tryout wide receiver from Ohio State, going to Philly. Jay McAfee, another tryout guy, Georgia Southern tight end, going to the Giants. Louisville offensive lineman Brian Hudson to the Lions. Taylor Upshaw, Arizona edge rusher, going to Carolina. That's a good one. George Alani, who was in the top 200 for me, running back I really like from Boise State, going to Seattle. And Doug Nestor, West Virginia offensive lineman, going to the Vikings. And we already mentioned Trey Brown as a tryout there. So any concluding thoughts before we wrap things up on this live stream for day 3? Chris, we'll start with you.
Well, Steelers, great draft. Very pleased with it. Like I said, those first 5 picks, just awesome. Also very excited to be a part of my first draft with SCN. Thanks for having me, and been following a bunch of you all for a few years now, and glad to be able to converse with you all now and everything. So thanks for having me, and well, we'll be back next year.
Yeah, I gotta echo that sentiment. I appreciate you guys having me here at SCN to be able to contribute. It's a great opportunity that you guys have given me. I'm just thankful to be here. This is Omar Khan's second draft, and I think I can confidently start calling him. We'll change his nickname. He's no longer, the con artist. I'm gonna call him King Khan. I've got him. I've got that on. I got a picture of him with wearing a crown in my Twitter bio, and yeah, I'm fully committed to that nickname now. This has been 2 drafts in a row, and he's absolutely crushed both of them. I don't think that the future of the Pittsburgh Steelers could be in any better hands than they are right now. There might have been a lot of talk last year about how Tomlin may have been past his time or washed up. I think we're gearing up for another dynasty run, and it's looking great. It really is. The way that they've committed to the line, to maximize, the amount of time that they've got Cam, TJ, and Minka. They're bringing it together as fast as possible, and it's been nothing short of impressive, flat out impressive.
Imani Bailey, we already mentioned him. Carson Steele, I think we mentioned him. Now these from Tom Pelissero are starting to come in a little bit more, as well as Garofalo. So the NFL Network guys, those are starting to get updated. Don't see
the con father. I like that.
Yes, that's a good one. Thank you, those of you that stayed in the live chat. We're still at over 350 watching with us. We thank you so much for hanging with us. This is for the true diehards. You all are the true diehards Steelers fans who hung around through the first portion of undrafted free agency. So thank you so much. Be sure to stay tuned to SCN as we have more undrafted free agent signings come on. If you're used to just watching the YouTube shows, make sure you check out the audio only side. Jeremy Betts and I do the Steelers Fix weekly on every Tuesday. Check out the FFSN NFL feed. We'll have a draft recap show. We've been doing those this week. We'll have another one coming out this week before we start transitioning to fantasy football. Are either of you guys into fantasy?
I am.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
We're going to have to
hit me up. I'm sure you've got some leagues you'll need somebody in.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, definitely. And we need to start one here at SCN. We need to do one. We should also do one with like our live chat or something. That would be a fun thing to do. And then kind of have the draft board on the screen and do like a live draft. That would be a fun idea.
Yeah,
I like it.
So any of you guys, those of you that are in the live chat, real quick before we close up, if you're in, if you'd be open to the idea of doing like just a for fun free fantasy league, would that be something that you guys would be interested in? Put that in the live chat real quick as we close out. Make sure you check out SteelCurtainNetwork.com, FansFirstSports.com, your one-stop shop for all things NFL and Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll have all the breaking news as more moves are coming. Steelers have created roster space as well as cap space for something. We're not sure what it is, but I trust it's going to be something exciting. Never a dull moment being a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. Make sure you're checking us out everywhere that you're subscribed, whether it be audio only or on YouTube. Check us out on the editorial side as well. That is going to do it.
Make sure you check out the Homie Show after this.
Check out the Homie Show after this. Any recap shows, make sure you keep, as I get tongue-tied as we go out, make sure you keep hanging around the SDN YouTube channels. We have much more coming in the coming days with full reaction and grades to this Steelers draft. Thank you so much for sticking with the Steelers fans. We'll see you next time.